All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and current public health guidelines for social distancing, I've determined that it's not prudent for the members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by video conference. Those same conditions require barring access to the public for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform or by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act requirement for virtual meetings, tonight's meeting is being recorded. If I could ask Amy to be so kind to take roll call and ask everyone if they can be heard.
Okay, Trustee Borowski, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kutzmeyer, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here too.
Excellent. Trustee O'Reilly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Trustee Nora, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee O'Connor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. And last but not least, Trustee Michaud, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank
Uh,
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for taking the roll call. Welcome, everyone. The first thing I would like to do is our virtual Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me in that, that would be awesome. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
To the
To the
flag
flag
of
of
the
the
United
United
States
States of
of
America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic
and
for
for
which it
stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible, with
with
liberty and justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
All right, the first item on the agenda is the Homeowners Associations. Is Mark Downs here from the Preserve at Long Grove? I take that as a no. I do see Chuck Smith here from the Countryside Fire Department. He's the fire chief. I asked him to join, and Mark Small might be here as well. Mark, are you here too? But we had a fire over the weekend, and I asked Chuck to provide some insight on that. And if you could unmute yourself, Chuck, and I will let you take it over.
Certainly. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you, President Jacob and the rest of the board for having me tonight. I apologize for my environment, running around, but I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to talk to you all about the incident that happened over the weekend. So as you may or may not have heard, we did have a small structure fire off Indian Creek Road this weekend. It was in the 6700 block of Lake Ridge Drive. Happened about noon on Saturday. Beautiful weather on Saturday. Many of the community were out doing their conservancy and open. Ultimately, something along the lines of a conservancy, open burns, possibly some fire pit burning, embers started the roof of this residence on fire, cedar shake roof along the ridge line. Pretty much contained to a particular area of the roof, thankfully, because there was no attic below it. There were no injuries, but you know, just a good reminder, and I think President Jacob definitely wanted to chat a little bit about this, is this is the season of open burning, and Countryside certainly recognizes the legacy and pride that most of the residents along Grove take in preserving and maintaining the conservancy areas throughout town. However, I think it's prudent for me to remind everybody that, you know, anytime we strike a match, or whether it's legally, illegally, and start anything on fire, there's always risk associated with that. You know, this particular fire in this neighborhood, not only did this particular homeowner have a conservancy burn, the neighbor across the street did, the neighbor next door did, all on the same day. So there's really no way for us to know exactly where the embers came from, but you know, it was a decent wind, 10 miles an hour out of the south, and something got up on that cedar shake roof and started it on fire. You know, these burns, these conservancy burns and open burns, there's a real science to to conducting them. It takes into account temperature, wind, humidity, the direction that the smoke and embers could travel, whether it's on your property or even your neighbor's property. So I just urge residents that are going to participate in conservancy and recreational burns to pay attention to all that. Know that there are professional companies out there that are insured and bonded to do this on a regular basis and know how to control these a little bit better. I can't tell you, I talked to Chief Small this morning. Every year we go and put somebody's fence out or somebody's gazebo or somebody's deck. Worst case scenarios are the roofs or the houses that catch on fire. It's I hate to say it, it's not a whole lot different than fireworks. If you have a firework and you light it, most of the time it's going to go off and it's something nice to see, but it's those times that things just go wrong that can cause damage and even worse, loss of life to property or people. So just a little reminder from the fire department, a little community risk reduction there. A little bit about the incident on Saturday. We were called at about 12:04 in the afternoon. Lake County Sheriff is the dispatch agency that generally answers our calls. They quickly transferred it to our fire department. We immediately at 12:05 dispatched a full structure fire response, which includes engines from Mundelein, Countryside, Lincolnshire, Long Grove, and Lake Zurich. So you get a full complement of fire departments when you call and say your house is on fire. And I know you all are aware that we have challenges in Long Grove. We have large houses with large setbacks. Quite often, houses are set 200-300 feet off the roadway. Very, very few neighborhoods in Long Grove have adequate water supply and fire hydrants, at least on our side of the Countryside District. And these always pose challenges and slows things down a little bit for the fire department. This particular fire, from the time we were called, the first 911 call, to the time we actually could squirt water on the fire, took about 14 minutes. We try to do that in about 10. But when we got to stretch a hose line 200 to 300 feet across the yard and not have fire hydrants, it just adds a little bit more time. There's nothing we can do to speed it up. If the way I kind of equate not having fire hydrants is, if we pull up and there's a house that's on fire and we can connect right to a fire hydrant, it's immediate water and it's continuous. When we can't hook up to a fire hydrant, we have to rely on the water that's in all of our fire engines tanks. And we kind of have to wire all of our fire engines together in series, like you would do electrical, and we got to share the tank water from all these different fire trucks. And that's how the initial water and the initial attack is applied to a fire, until we can set up a rural water supply shuttle where we actually take those big tanks and we put them out in the road and we dump water from water tenders. And then we start drafting. And drafting is like we put these big straws into these tanks and start sucking water out of it. And then we dump and we go dump the water. And then we were driving our tenders over to Diamond Lake School where there's the closest hydrant, filling back up and then coming back and dumping water again. So it's definitely a little bit more labor intensive and a little bit more difficult to get things done as quickly. But all in all, this one went pretty well. There was some significant damage to this house, unfortunately, but I think the most fortunate part is that the part of the roof that caught on fire was not in an open attic space. It was in a cathedral ceiling. So the fire didn't travel much outside the ceiling joist space. Whereas if it was an open attic, it could have been a lot more significant where the whole roof could have been going from the underside. So hopefully that provides a little bit of a introspect on what we saw and had to accomplish on Saturday, and also just kind of a good chance to share a little bit of a public community safety message for the rest of the folks that are listening in about the fact that I know we do open burning and we do conservancy burns, but there's some risks and inherent dangers that go along with that, and just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. And I'm available to answer any questions anyone might have for me.
Yeah, no, thank you again, Fire Chief Smith, for joining. I'll open it up to any questions that the board might have.
Chuck, I have a question for you. Actually, it was a question that one of the residents of that neighborhood posed. Would it have been possible for the trucks to line up on Indian Creek to be closer to that house? The roof on that house always, to me, has seemed to be like right at road level. would something like that have saved some time or been beneficial or even possible?
That's a great question. Actually, our ladder truck, when they first arrived on the scene, they had pretty good vantage point of the roof from Indian Creek Road. The problem is all the water in the fire engines was down at the address at the driveway side. We didn't have any water up on Indian Creek Road. All the water was down in the front of the house. So the officers made the decision to make the attack from the front of the house. Had we maybe had an opportunity to pre-plan that a little bit and think exactly that particular house on that particular day with a fire in that particular location, and all vehicles responded to Indian Creek Road rather than the address, potentially we could have gotten to the fire a little bit quicker. But in this particular case, our truck officer actually called down the, we're on Indian Creek Road. We have a pretty good vantage point of this fire. Do you want us to start setting up here? Now, our ladder truck would have to set up and actually shut the whole road down. And then the closest fire hydrants, dry hydrants, where we would have been sucking pond water, would have been off of Arrowhead back there, which is about a 2,000-foot lay of 5-inch hose. So they opted at that time to think that it was a little quicker to get water, an adequate water supply from the front address side of the house rather than the Indian Creek side of the house.
So there's a dry hydrant in the front of the house?
There's a dry hydrant off of Arrowhead. So a little bit, I guess that's east down Indian Creek.
Right. No, I'm just confused. When you say there was water at the street in front of the house, where?
So underline. So whenever we respond to a call, we respond to generally the address of the incident. Address of the incident being on the main Lake Ridge Road, Lake Ridge Drive. So when there we had engine 432, which is Mundeline's engine, had 750 gallons. Our engine had 1,000 gallons, and our tender all responded there with 2,000 gallons. So we had 4,000 gallons in the front yard of the house and no water in the back side of the house at Indian Creek. So they start the fire attack where all the water was.
I understand. I see.
Sorry if that's.
Thank you.
I have a question. I assume that the types of burns did not need prior permitting, but if you had a heads up in advance and known there were 3 conservancy burns going at the same time, might you have been able to have more water at the ready? It's just a question. I know when I do a burn, like even a campfire with the Boy Scouts, you can see it from Route 83. So I call Mark Small and say, look, I'm having, a small little campfire. So if somebody calls it in, it's me and it's there and it's not the house on fire. So I don't, if you had been alerted, might you have had any other opportunities, even though nobody broke the law, I'm assuming, but had you had prior notice?
So part of the permitting process, which some of the neighbors had permits and some of them didn't. Sorry, let me a little light back here, a little backlighting maybe. There were some permits that were pulled, and there were others that did not have permits pulled. But part of the process is really when you get that permit is to get a written set of rules and safety guidelines to follow. And one of them is to call our dispatch center and let us know that you are conducting a burn. That's mostly so that if we get dispatched to an area that says, hey, we got heavy smoke in this area, that our dispatch center advises that our incident commander that's going there, hey, I have the report of 2 or 3 residents doing open burns out in that area today. So then it just gets us pre-planning as we're going. Okay, could this be roof fires, embers, or is this just a field that's going or a front yard? So would we have been able to pre-plan more water there at that time? Probably not, mostly because we get about 50 on days like Saturday in the springtime and the fall, we'll get 50 people doing burns all over our jurisdiction. But we always remind them to, check the wind direction, follow the burning guidelines, stay away from structures, etc., and then call 911 if anything gets out of control.
Thank you. I don't know if Bobby's going to ask, but I'm thinking, is there anything you'd like us to communicate?
Well, I think that's that's part of why we asked him to join today. And I think Bobby too, I think you had a comment first.
I did. I have a question, but I also have a request. I live on Creekside, and we did burn later in the day, not knowing that there'd been a fire on the street next to us. I'm wondering, we have a hydrant in the pond that's on Creekside. Do you ever use that?
So we test it twice a year. We do it in the spring and the fall. We always back flush it and flow water through it. That one on Creekside in particular is one of our less reliable ones. It has a lot of sediment in that area that actually has a tendency to clog that pipe up. But we always backflow it every spring and fall anyway to make sure that if we needed it, we could use it. But in that particular area of Indian Creek Road, we're fortunate to have water now right at the end of Indian Creek at Diamond Lake School. So if we have the option to use positive, clean water source that's more reliable than pond water, that's what we try to do.
Okay, my comment is that years ago, there were people who trained residents how to do a burn. All the safety features, everything you needed to know about doing the burn. I'm in the process of trying to find someone who can again give those kind of classes to our residents, both in the spring and in the fall. And it's not going to be an easy thing to find. And it seems to me that it would be beneficial to you, to Countryside, and to Long Grove to have someone on staff, one or the other, who can have a class spring and summer and teach people how to do this, because there are tricks to it.
No, I don't disagree with you, except for the fact that our position as a fire department, we try to stay very neutral on open burning and conservancy burns, but we would really prefer that residents leave it to professionals.
Well, let me give you an example. I have a strip that's about 50 feet by 150 feet. I asked a professional to do it and they wanted $800. Not going to happen.
I can appreciate that. But again, in order to train a community to start fires safely is almost the opposite of what we try to do. We try to keep people from starting fires. But again, I want to say we respect the long-standing history of the Village of Long Grove and their desires to keep these areas maintained. It's just I don't know what the fire department is capable. We certainly aren't equipped right now to take on classes on how to train folks how to properly conduct conservancy burns. It's something I'd be happy to work with the village and the Long Grove Fire Department to see if there's something we could do to help. I would be open to that for sure.
Okay, well, if I find someone and I've got a line on a couple of places that could hold classes for us, I'll keep in touch with you. And by the way, you're always welcome at our meetings. We always have a place for the fire department and the sheriff's department.
I appreciate that. And President Jacob and I talked about that, and I'm going to work to have a more regular presence at your meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I just happened to be driving by. It was an incredible response. There were fire trucks flying in from everywhere. So thanks for being there.
We appreciate what you do for us. And
Chief Smith, any reported injuries to firefighters or civilians?
No injuries to firefighters or civilians.
Good, thank you.
All right, well, if there's no other questions, again, I sincerely appreciate you joining. And again, thanks for what you do for us. We greatly appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And on behalf of Chief Small and myself, thank you for your time. And we look forward. And just so you know, our phones and our emails are always open to any of you if you ever have any questions or concerns that we can address.
Thank you.
Thanks again. All right, you can go to your wife now. Thanks, Chuck. The next item in the agenda is the special events application for the Chocolate Fest on May 14th. It's been, re-engineered, right? It's a bite-sized festival. Looks very creative and appropriate because of COVID still. I asked Jesse DeSoto to join us, and I see the icons from the Fred Astaire Dance Studio, so I assume you're there, Jesse, but you're muted. to answer any questions that you might have. Or Jesse, did you want to say a few words first before we discuss it?
Did everyone receive hello everyone, by the way, thanks for having me.
Hi, Jesse.
Looks like everybody's doing well. That's good. Yeah, we just, I don't know if everyone got the presentation.
Yeah, it was in the board packet. Yeah. You just muted again, Jesse.
While there's a pause, Ginny lost her Wi-Fi.
Oh, no. There should be an audio number. Can she call in via audio? Can you?
I suggested that, but just so
Okay.
you know.
All right. Jesse, you back? You want to unmute.
Maybe he lost
there we
his
go.
too.
Sorry, I think I bumped my mute there. But yeah, we were just looking for a different approach. The Chocolate Fest as it used to be. Obviously, we're just not ready to have that kind of traffic and those kind of numbers at this point with where we're at with COVID. Realistically, Strawberry Fest probably will not happen in the old way as well. We still are hoping for a solid Apple Fest. We think, by fall we should be doing okay to be back as business as usual. But the short of it is that chocolate presentation, the bite-sized chocolate in front of you, is more of an experienced and reservation-based festival, so to speak, than the ones in the past, highlighting chocolate and reducing the different types of vendors and experience to more of a chocolate-based one. But yeah, I'm here for any questions or any concerns that we might need to address.
Sounds like fun to me.
Bobby, you raising your hand, or is just?
I'm trying not to interrupt anyone, so I'm going to.
That's a new thing. I love it.
I'll try it for an hour. Jesse's already heard this, but I want the board to hear it too. And that is, there is concern among some that these festivals, which are town oriented, are ending up in one quadrant of the downtown. This was started by Mary Ann because nothing is on the other side of Robert Parker Coffin unless something gets put into Town or Green. But this isn't the first time that this has been observed, and I understand it. Brothers Field and the brewery being where they are, and Chatterbox, I understand the emphasis there, but it's a town event. It's not just a 1/4 town event. And so I think it's going to need addressing in the future, Jesse. I think Mary Ann probably told you that. And there was one other thing. Oh, and it's kind of, there's a certain sensitivity that's being developed. And for instance, the video that was done by Paulo, my building wasn't even in it. So, I mean, not that it matters to me, it doesn't, but had I been somebody who really cared about being part of that, I would be somewhat offended that my building isn't even in it. And if there was an emphasis on the dance studio, but not the tavern. Well, the tavern's an icon to our community and should be respected as such. So in the future, I think we need to be looking a little more at a more even distribution of entertainment and activities for the whole downtown.
Yes, thank you, Bobby. Yeah, I did talk to Mary Ann, and I've talked with Mike Marr about it as well. Yeah, it's been tricky to get some of the access to the fields over there, and some of the restrictions with the egg hunt as far as animals and everything with the park district. But I think we did talk to her about that, and our address, and I think for just to kind of speak to the issue under the issue with that there is when we look at this SSA money that's coming in, and when we look at what this association is designed to do, Our focus has been, broken down to getting bodies on the sidewalk, so to speak, getting bodies in the town, getting people into town. I think where there is some, I don't know quite how to put it, but I think where there's some changes that have happened advertising wise, and especially with the last year, it's been difficult to market individual stores. So we've been trying to rely on things like live music, the different activities to bring people into town. One thing that is unique about this Chocolate Fest, which has been something I had heard before I got on the board and something I heard while we were on it, is that the larger festivals don't always help all the merchants. When there's things like closing down of a parking lot or closing down of a road, sometimes that can make access to the individual merchants difficult. So with Chocolate Fest, we've tried to change that a little bit. The only road that we looked at closed, and closing is from the bridge to Old McHenry on Robert Parker Coffin. So we're hoping this event will encourage some people to scatter throughout town. We as Chocolate Fest, I think as of now, we still don't have an alcohol license. So the entire event is just planned without alcohol. And we're going to be encouraging the patrons to go into the shops and walk around. But yeah, we're kind of, I've got a meeting set up to talk with Mary Ann about that as well, and kind of see what we can do to make them feel that, because I definitely don't want them to feel unincluded. However, I think some of the conversation, with the numbers we saw coming into town with the activities we produced, I think someone would be hard pressed to say that activity and that exposure didn't help their business in some way. Maybe someone comes in for music today and notices your shop and comes in a month from now, or whatever that might be. And I think we've been pretty good at being able to get people in the door. But yeah, to speak to your issue, we're definitely aware of it. And I want to make sure it's being used for everybody's benefit. Obviously, that's the goal.
Well, I mentioned this only for an awareness that we need to be aware of it, and we need to get more activities on Town and Green.
Yeah, and that's it's been a little tricky over there, which
I'm sure
is probably the easiest way to just leave it at that. It's been a little bit tricky. And then the other one being the Fountain Square. We're trying to activate the Fountain Square a bit more as well. Those are two on our radar.
Thanks, Jesse.
So Jesse, are you saying that the bridge is closed, but there will still be traffic on Old McHenry and Robert Parker Coffin? Or
yeah, it'll just be closed from the four-way stop on Robert
see.
Parker and Old McHenry to the bridge. So just that little section. If things take off the way we want, like for Apple Fest, then we would go back to that full road and look at it that way.
I see. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jesse, Chris, just a question. The documentation said 25% capacity, limited to 25% capacity. My question is of what? I mean, what do you base that reference off of? Is it per tent, or per, how do you judge 25% capacity of a street?
Yeah, that's a good question. Basically, the matrix that we got was 30 people per 1,000 square feet of space. And that's kind of what we were basing our numbers off of. We'll come underneath that number, but that was the matrix that we had gotten presented to kind of estimate out what we could handle number wise.
And what's the source of that matrix?
That I'll have to check. I got that. I'll have to get that to you.
If it was Kopecky, I don't know if I believe it. I'm kidding. I don't know why I brought John's name up. So actually, I was looking at my son's artwork from high school from Stevenson, and John Kopecky is pictured playing his banjo, I think, or his guitar. And that's why I was thinking John Kopecky. So sorry, John.
He'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think him, but he's definitely instrumental in a lot of what we do.
And then how do we police that? How do we scatter people around or make sure they're sort of not congregating too big groups and that kind of thing?
Yeah, one thing that's been really kind of neat is we've had a lot of volunteer help from the fire department as well as the police department. We've got the egg hunt coming up this Saturday, and we've got a full force of both the police and the fire, and the police are going to be on traffic duty, just handling things in the parking lot, obviously with kids and families. It's nice. So we do have a lot of help on that side of things. We've been fortunate to get a lot of response on volunteers for that.
Okay, great.
But we don't
thank you.
have, we won't have a separate security system like, if you know, like the previous fest, we actually hire the security and then have people at the gates and charging at the gate. This event's very different than that.
Any other questions? If not, does somebody want to make a motion to approve?
I'm sorry.
You're raising your hand? This is the new Bobby.
No security at all?
Well, we have we'll have the overnight security. You know, the guy that sits, we get someone that sits in their car and stays with the booths overnight. And then it's the
Okay.
police officers that we have police officers throughout the day.
Are they sworn officers? Are they
Oh,
Lake County sworn?
Yeah, I mean, these are legit guys, not like we didn't tell them just go get your stinking badges. You know, but
Yeah, but
You know,
no, I'm referring back to when we realized that they were Cook County and they had no jurisdiction in Lake County.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good point. I will look into that. I don't actually have that answer, but from what I understand, they are, you know, legitimate cops, but I'll check what county they're from.
Yeah, because
Check.
they should sit on their hands if they're from Cook County.
I want to say they're Buffalo Grove police officers, but I don't want to speak out of turn either. I can get that from Jasmine.
Yeah, I think we should know that.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'll check with her, but Buffalo Grove is what's ringing the bell. Let me see
Okay.
if I can get her. If there's any other questions, we'll see. Sometimes these millennials text back really fast.
Well, in the meantime, does anyone want to make a motion approving subject to just confirmation on the,
I would make a
Please.
motion to approve the Chocolate Fest.
Second,
okay, moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by trustee O'Connor. Amy, that would be a roll call if you'd be so kind.
Yep. All right, trustee Borowski.
I like chocolate.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
aye,
And trustee Michelle.
we lost Jenny.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's right.
No, she might be there. Who's the five? Are you there on audio, Jenny? You're muted if you are.
I sent her a text and I don't have
Do
her.
you know what her
I
cell
don't-
phone number is? It's not the, who's,
That's not hers.
okay, got it.
Okay,
All right.
so 5-0,
5-0.
1
5-0.
one.
Yeah,
Okay.
motion carried then. Thank you. Jesse, do you have any more information? If not, you know, if you could follow up with us, that'd be great.
Yep, it's coming in now, and it looks like we are looking at the Lake County sheriffs for both egg hunt and chocolate.
Okay,
Terrific, thanks.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
Ann raised her hand.
That number 502-4804, that is Jenny's cell phone.
Okay, let's see if we can unmute
Oh,
it.
thanks for
Hold on.
announcing that to everybody.
Yeah, hold on.
What's her address while you're at it?
I got it.
I think it's all public domain.
You can do it,
isn't it?
Denise. Can you unlock it or somebody? I can't unmute it.
I can't either, Bill.
I just sent her a text.
Okay.
It's kind
Well,
of hard on your cell phone to unmute, I think. Not sure.
Oh, what is the code to unmute from your cell phone? Do you know?
*6.
*6. Can you enter *6, Jenny?
Okay.
Hey, it worked.
Can you
Yes.
hear me now?
We can, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties at the house tonight.
So are
Did-
you an I?
I am an I, yes. Sorry, I've been saying it a lot.
Hold
and
on.
loud.
Okay, so it's
All right,
unanimous.
we'll
Thank you.
change that to 6-0.
Hey, Jesse, before you go, I don't want to talk about it now in detail. I just want to make sure that there's some missing information, but we have this, the movie that is going to be filmed in Long Grove, Christmas with Felicity. I just wanted you to comment on making sure that the, downtown is in sync with the schedule. I know there's Bill Balling is going to be looking into some of the missing details, but if you could comment, that'd be great. I know we just talked about it a few minutes ago. I know the
Sure.
boutique and event is one that overlaps it, right? But if you could give us a few thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, we're excited to hear about the movie coming in, and I did see Bill, you had sent out that application. I think he had the dates on there. It was over a span of time as well as some of the locations. We're not, as association, getting involved in the individual property owners. The movie has to go and get their permission on their own. They're obviously submitting their own special event, so they're going to be coming directly to you as the board for all that. However, we love the idea, and we're definitely working with them to make it happen and get it all approved. The only thing I don't know at a glance at his thing was if it's going to be an issue with what he's trying to do, and let's say there's live music going on at Enzo's, is that going to be an issue if he's filming on Fountain Square that day? And so I did not cross the T's and dot the I's with his schedule yet, and that would be the only concern just for them and for Enzo's, is to not overlap things like music, if that mattered.
No, I appreciate you commenting on that. And we just got it yesterday. I sent it to the board. It's not on the agenda tonight, but I wanted to ask you about it. And I appreciate those thoughts.
Sure.
Anything else for Jesse?
I'm good.
Jesse, thank you for joining. I know I just called you before, but I really appreciate you being here. It's really helpful to have you here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let me know if I can help with anything else.
Thanks again. We appreciate what you do.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
You too. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the holding of a public hearing on the draft fiscal year 2021 and 22 village budget. The hearing is held in accordance with the state statute and notice duly published in the Daily Herald. Upon opening the public hearing, we will have a presentation made by Trustee Kritzmeyer and Interim Manager Bill Balling. I'm not sure how that's exactly going to go yet, regarding the general fund and the capital fund portions of the budget. After that presentation, we will allow the opportunity for members of the public to comment on the general fund and capital portions of the budget only. Please note that the hearing tonight will be continued until April 13th, 2021, at which time we'll resume the other components of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. If you wish to comment during tonight's public hearing, please use the raise hand function, or otherwise just raise your hand if you're on video, or try to speak up. And I just ask that you wait to speak until I've acknowledged you. To make sure everyone has had a chance to speak, we'll try to, or may limit you to 3 minutes, in which case you can have another chance to speak once everyone has done so. Note that the public comment period is for comments and not for questions and answer. After the public comments are completed, we will have a motion to formally continue the hearing until April 13th. Anyone who speaks tonight can speak again on April 13th on the remaining elements of the budget. Once the hearing for tonight is continued, the village board may then have a discussion regarding the draft budget. Please keep in mind that this is a draft and a budget, so it's exactly that. As such, the draft budget may undergo changes based on the comments heard tonight and the board's further review. With those introductory comments, I now formally open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to comment? Yes.
May I kind of ask you to put up that PowerPoint just to sort of revisit where we were last time we discussed this as a board on the general and capital funds, and then the tweaks that were made, and then what you can expect a little bit for the next portions, the other funds portions. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Now, the question I have is, the question I have is, you just sent me an email. Is it different from the email prior, or is it I opened up the PowerPoint that you sent me and then there's another email? Is there a newer one?
No, use the PowerPoint. The other email is just simply the Excel where I added some percentages.
Okay.
But I think the PowerPoint is the way to go here. And if we get any questions from the public that ask us to go into the detail, then you can go there.
All right, let me share the screen.
The only
Yeah, go ahead.
The only reason I did that was that the one that was provided for this public hearing had them both pasted together, and I made some changes to the PowerPoint. So in order to have the other thing come along for the ride, I gave it to you.
All right, well, let's see if this works. Can you see my screen?
There we go. Perfect. Perfect. So I will speak to the board, but then of course to anybody in the public who wants to make comment on this. Overall, if anybody watched or listened last time, we talked about our general fund revenues. What are the key parts that drive this, that drive our forecast revenues of $3.88 million? Sales tax, we're looking at up 3% from the run rate that we were experiencing through December of 2020. That's actually accelerating. Now that we've got more actuals in, we're actually running something like 28%. This budget is 28% versus last year's budget. Recall last year when we set this budget, we had no idea what COVID was going to hand us. The uncertainty was very high, and therefore our conservative budget for fiscal year 2021 was also very, very high on the conservative level. So we've been pleasantly surprised on sales tax. So going forward in next year, we want to basically take what we've learned, that we have a very favorable mix of sales tax, and put that into the general revenue budget. Income tax comes from the Illinois Municipal League projections. Per Bill Balling's conversations with representatives there, Springfield may in fact elect to hold back 10% of what they would normally turn over to local municipalities. It's called the Local Government Distributive Tax, that LGBT you see at the very bottom. So that may in fact negatively affect us $88,000. We've not reflected that in the budget. That can be something we can either reduce that budget, or we can just retain some surplus and keep monitoring it. Use tax is the tax that we pay from things like that you order on the internet. Regulations changed as of January. The effects are not fully known, so we're going to be tracking that, but using the Illinois Municipal League projections. Overall, in revenues, based on, you can see these comments here, we made no changes on the revenue assumptions versus our last conversation on March 8th. In general expenses, we did make some slight tweaks. Wages and related benefits, we've got a village manager to hire, and so there's still some fluctuation or fluidity in that. Lake County Sheriff contract is done. Public Works, we made no changes, nor in engineering. Technology, and I'll come back to technology because we did have some questions from the board last time. Changes since we added a board workshop based on the conversations that we had as a board. $15,000 for a facilitator and facilities. Given where we are in hiring the next manager, felt it prudent to add another month for retaining the current interim manager. And so we wanted to make sure that was in the budget. And then some slight increase in our communications overall. So overall, just under $50,000 difference in expenses, therefore just under $50,000 less surplus than our last discussion. And that surplus, again, we'll be monitoring because we do have unknowns in terms of what Springfield will do. Will our sales tax trend continue to hold up? Will we have, in fact, on this use tax favorably or unfavorably affect us? So that is on the general fund. If we go to the next page, please. I think it's pictures. Yes, general fund and general expenses. So if people are thinking pictures, again, on the left, general fund revenues, no change since we last discussed this as a board last meeting. On the right, general fund expenses, just under $50,000 difference, driven by the three things that I outlined. So you can see the largest component is wages and benefits, followed by Lake County Sheriff contract, what I'm calling snow and mow. By the way, we are now something like, I think, $65,000 over our current year budget for snow and salt, mostly snow. Salt is under. office and operations, communications, economic development, and so on. On the general budget, are there any, I don't know if you want to run this way, comments or questions at this point, and just sort of keep it to the general budget?
You're muted.
Yeah, I know. I saw that as it was telling me. Let's open it up. Is there anyone that would like to make any public comments right now?
Just maybe a question, is that okay?
Well, you could. We were going to save the board
Okay.
questions till later. So
That's fine, thank you. I can
Oh,
wait.
the fact that you spoke, Chris, thank you. You had asked some questions about technology and sort of like we added or changed our website a year ago and what were the results. And subsequent to that, village intern Denise, I sent out some stats on that. But basically, since we launched the new internet technology using Unicode, web traffic has more than doubled. Mostly it's in the fall. It gets a little seasonal, but it has, without even a whole lot of fanfare, it has more than doubled. As well, our e-news open rate is something like 46%. As a marketer in the corporate sector, that would be astonishing. I don't know all of but it looks like that's probably holding its own in terms of the local municipality sector.
I take it no comments, so just keep going. I know we'll get the board.
You got
questions.
no problem. Capital budget sources, really no changes to the capital budget in terms of sources or projects. We had previously discussed capital projects in a separate meeting before that with Trustee O'Connor and Village Engineer Jeff Perry. So really the projects have not changed and the sources at this point have not changed. Our infrastructure tax is considerably down from the current year. If in fact our overall taxes, sales taxes continue to come in favorably, then we may have some additional money there. We got a great surprise from the North Kruger bid that came in just before last time we met. And then the grants that we're pursuing there. MFT funds are actually a mix of MFT funds and this Rebuild Illinois. But that again, we're in good shape where we are. So no changes here since the board and public last saw these projects. And overall, this is the kind of stacking on that reflects what are our sources of funds. We have $3.88 million in forecast general revenues. General revenues are money, cash that we can use for any purpose whatsoever, appropriate to the village. We have two sources that are limited in their use. MFT funds and infrastructure tax can be used for infrastructure and road use only. And then we have money coming in for specific project grants, only for those projects. So we go from the most general flexible revenues to the most restricted revenues. And then the uses are on the side, and you can see the surplus reflected in there. Again, we're trying to be very conservative. 2 years ago, when we had to try and make lemonade out of a box truck crashing into the bridge and shake the sofa cushions to figure out how to restructure, rebuild all of that while the cover was still off, we've now come to a point where we're replenishing our general reserves to a point that we'd like to have them at. And these surpluses will continue to contribute there.
Is that it? Is there more?
That is it. This is, as I said, I'm happy to go into any of the specific details, but in terms of the last we spoke, happy to go into any line item in the Excel spreadsheet. If I don't know it, Denise and Bill probably do, but we're in pretty good shape.
And I just wanted to point out too, we didn't mention it, but we went real conservative on building permits. And I think the board is in for a pleasant surprise because Jim and Margarita have both said they're picking up calls almost daily about process and procedures. And of course, we just approved that wonderful subdivision out on Cuba Road. That's going to bring some activity in play. So almost certainly we're going to beat out our building permit revenue, which we really limited it to remodelings and stuff. So that should be a pleasant surprise for the board as we move into that. And if we create a surplus from that. I know Trustee Nora pays careful attention to that and reports to the board monthly on cash flow and revenues. I think we're in for a very pleasant surprise on that. So I feel good we don't have to build this budget to balance it on anticipated building activities, but I think we're going to have it this year. So that's a real positive issue. And just to underscore what Ann had said, we've been coordinating with the Illinois Municipal League. They're our lobbyist in Springfield. They're trying like heck to beat down that 10% holdback on the state. I mean, it's really pocket picking, to be honest with you. It's an entitlement that we should have under the distribution, and they're treating it as an essential need for state superior to our needs. So again, we've made this budget work with that included. I mean, we're going to be successful, but if it isn't, we still got a really strong budget here. So with the new manager coming on board soon, I think that's going to be a real leg up in terms of keeping us moving. And Ann and Denise have been amazing resources for the village in putting this budget together and assisting me in coordinating some of the tasks and functions that are in there. So I think what we've presented is a sound budget, very defensible budget, and one that shows a lot of careful forethought in terms of how we, what our next steps are.
Yeah, so 295 capital fund surplus and a $517,000 general fund surplus. So that's good news. Very good news.
Pretty good without rolling any property taxes in there. So that's a pretty good accomplishment. Board's got to feel good for that.
I think we should feel pretty good also about all the capital projects we have already been able to check the box on too.
Right.
Let me do this before. So let me make sure there's no public comment out there.
I have a fast question if there's no comment.
Well, what I need to do though, if there isn't, I'm going to close the or continue the public hearing and ask for a formal vote, and then we can go in and discuss it. So in fact, procedurally, that's how I should go here, right, Vic? You're muted too, so.
Yes, that would be the step.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask one more time, does anyone wish to comment? If not, then I'm going to look for a motion to formally continue the public hearing at the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Trustee Kritzmeyer, seconded by Trustee O'Reilly. That is a roll call.
Trustee Michelle.
Oh,
Hi.
you're muted. Oh, you okay? We can.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, guys. Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Okay. I don't know who raised their hand first, but Bobby, you have yours up now.
It's not 8 o'clock yet, so I'm still raising my hand. I don't know if I got smarter or the budget got easier to understand. I tend to think it's the latter. I can't tell you how good it is to work in this because it's so clear. However, it generates certain questions that I have. One is we have a line item for the prosecutor, and I believe it's at 13,000. I'm not looking at it. It is what it is. But where's the income?
It would be on the citations and fines. The first page of revenues 353.00 and 352.02.
Okay, so it went from 30,000 to 15,000?
To 16,000. Yeah, citations went from 30 to 15, but we only yielded 10.9. So we're anticipating a recovery with increased commercial activities, people returning to work, things of that sort.
Okay, so we're spending more on prosecuting than we get in?
Well, there's a possibility of that because you have you have fixed costs on prosecution, and obviously we try to develop our that pattern to be in balance. But when we looked at the numbers, we think about 16 is where we're going to end up.
I've never met the prosecutor. I would love to have the prosecutor come talk to us as a board, whether workshop or public meeting, and talk about what does the firm do and what are their headwinds and tailwinds, because we keep being told that judges don't want to help us keep people from crashing into the bridge.
Now, Bobby,
And is that even in our income? Because is that a state thing or a village thing? And something that really I wonder about is when we do the financial picture of having the sheriff, do we ever incorporate in that study what kind of fines are they gathering in Long Grove that they get to keep? And would that change the picture for having our own department? I don't know. I have no idea.
I think intuitively would say we're better off without our own police department, given our size.
Well, I think I know that too, but I also don't know how much they're gathering in the community, and I don't know how much they're not gathering for us. I don't know. It's a total empty vessel for me.
Bobby, unless I've made a mistake, we're only budgeting 13,000 in expenses for our prosecutor, and we're generating more than that in income.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, on it's account 53401 in the general fund.
Right.
And, I'm showing 13 in expenses out to Smith and La Luzerne, and I'm showing more than that in income.
What was our actual?
Oh, well, our actual came in at, let me see, we did about 6,200. Our forecast is through 12/31 is 6,200, and through 12/31, 10/9. But again, this is, we base this estimate actual through 12/31. We wanted to trend what was going on for 8 months. We will have a year-end actual coming up in the end of April. But again, we certainly want to cover our costs with the cost of prosecution to the revenue received. It's a very sensitive point, obviously. We want to receive the revenue that we're entitled to. We don't want to use citations as an income stream necessarily for a couple of reasons.
I don't want to see us having to pay for it either.
Right.
Right
Right now,
so
I
I
would
think
say we're
Ann
running
makes
a little
a
bit
great
high.
suggestion. Let's bring the prosecutor in and have him give us a class, and maybe Vic could. I don't know. All I know is I don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing it is about the 106. Is it 168 that the downtown gets on their SSA?
165.
Okay, 165. With one of the buildings gone, will that decrease or will it be spread over everyone?
Actually, go ahead, Ann. I'm sorry.
As I recall, they spread it over the available square footage, so I think everybody's goes up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
there was a hiccup in it this year.
We will get the full yield on that amount. It'll change what people individually pay.
You may recall that we are supposed to get the tax roll from the
Right. That was the hiccup.
HDLGBA. Yeah, I got that right. And we didn't get it this year, so we simply replicated the prior years. And the prior year that building was there, the demolition of the building was not reflected in the tax roll we used this year. But it would spread it differently among everybody unless they chose to reduce the overall levy.
Okay, okay. And then 389, it must be 00389 miscellaneous went from 206,000 to 0. And I didn't quite click with what that is.
I'm sorry, are you on revenue or expense and where?
Okay, let me find it.
I think it's bottom of page, the revenue, and at the bottom, I think Bobby's looking at the
Miscellaneous
components.
revenues.
Oh, miscellaneous, that is an interesting one. So this year, the budget for that was $206,000. Really, the actual is next to nothing on that. And I'll be really honest, I'm not sure why Dave forecast it that way. But if you look at the forecast, this current year was transfer in of 124 and miscellaneous revenues of 206. I think he was expecting that 206 would be the benefit from refinancing the Sunset Grove bond. In fact, it all comes in as transfer in. And so if you think about it, the total budget was 124 plus 206, so 330. And what we actually got was 391. So next year, we're going to forecast it just as a transfer in, because that's how it really works, is it gets collected in the TIF district against those bonds. At the end of the year, they say, we don't need all of the money we collected, and we transfer it to the general fund. Make sense?
Okay, it does. It does. It just was a big number.
Yeah.
For sure.
And we're not going to pretend this year. Thanks. That answers my question. But I will tell you one thing that I draw from our numbers is that and the amount of activity over at Brothers Field and the brewery. We have got to do that parking lot. We have got to figure out a way to do it. It's a liability waiting to happen.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that. Other comments from the board? I could just go around really quick. Chris, you're being quiet. You're raising your head. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, a couple things, Bill. Thank you. Appreciate that. Just a question on the last subject to start. So Denise or Ann, do we have any invoices from the prosecutor that we could pull? I'd kind of like to know if we just have like a billing statement or something. I mean, I'd be happy to call him tomorrow and just, play Chris, play dumb guy, and just ask them like if they have even a contract with us. I don't even know how that works. Vic,
We get invoices from them.
can you give us a couple copies of those? And Vic, do you know if we have a contract with these guys? Or
I presume we have an engagement letter. They have been village prosecutor for some time. I'm not quite sure when they started, but typically they would have an engagement letter.
Okay. I mean, I could call over there and play dumb new guy, even though I'm not new. Okay. To the point of the budget though, is the detailed budget posted, and does everybody know where to find it if the public wanted to scrutinize line by line?
Yes.
I think it's posted, Denise. Yeah.
Denise?
Yes,
Yeah.
It is posted on the website.
All right.
It was
Thanks.
posted Friday, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, obviously I didn't check. And then, Ann, you made reference to, we're not sure what the use tax is going to be. Is there like a one sentence description summary of what the concerns are?
If you listen to any of some of the Economic Development Commission, I didn't this morning, talking, the regulation has changed from the way it's being collected to now being collected at the destination. One would think that given the demographics of Long Grove and how much we may or may not have ordered online during the last 12, 13 months, that this may be a positive surprise for us. But apparently there's some oddness and weirdness of, but if Amazon ships to you from Kenosha, that's different than if they ship to you from Naperville. So we're not sure how that shakes out and whether it's going to be forecastable. Does that sort of address your question?
Yeah, thanks. I understand it. I appreciate the answer. I don't know if I understand the entire issue yet, but that's fine. That's
the
good.
issue was before it was per population per person, right? And so you got a share of whatever came back to us. And now it's supposed to be based on actual, but what is actual? And how do, it depends on how it gets reported, and are they going to report it properly? We don't know. So theoretically, we should end up ahead, but we just don't know yet until we see what we get, right?
I understand. Thank you for that clarification, Bill and Ann. Appreciate it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. I'm sorry. That was the simple thing step I missed. It used to be easy and, X dollars times 8,000 people.
Yep, per person, and that's how it was. So
we need to encourage our residents to buy their cars online.
There you go. Hey, well, let's keep going around the horn really quick. Let's see, going down one. Chuck, do you have anything on the budget that you want to comment on?
All I want to do is say the budget team did a great job, and whoever put together that slide presentation, thank you so much.
That would be Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Very easy to understand. The spreadsheets are actually easier to understand as well, just because I looked at the slides first. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats again, Ann. Let's see, Rita, do you have anything for us?
Just a quick question. And I think I heard this in the last couple of weeks. If I did, I don't remember the numbers. Do we have any input on how much of the increased 4 cent a gallon motor fuel tax would come back to the municipalities?
I have no idea.
If any. I think initially there was talk that almost that it didn't count, but I don't know how that could possibly be the case, but I don't know how it shifted out. We don't have anything from IML on that.
I'll call them. My understanding was that's state revenue, that they were going to keep it. They're going to
No, isn't it Lake County? It's Lake County revenue.
It's county.
It's Lake County.
It's county.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Okay. Well, I don't think they're going to share it. I mean, we may get the benefit of some of their work because we've got county roads.
Right. I understand.
So that would be, our lobbying effort should continue. I mean, the pyramid of approvals, still goes through a council of mayors process. So we have influence and input, and we've got partners that would be friendly to us on that. But I think the Lake County fees intended to be for them, and then our benefit would be if we can coax them into a county road improvement.
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there had been any updates on that.
Yeah.
And a huge thank you from me as well, and acknowledging all the hard work that went into creating this. I know it was intense. Thank you.
Jenny, any comments, questions?
Bobby hit my question, so thank you, Bobby. And just wanted to reiterate that you guys did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have one thing though. I want to go ahead, Ann. Yep.
I was just going to say, I think Denise is now probably into graduate level work in terms of the amount of research that she's done on this budget. So I hope it's serving you well in your current classes.
You're muted.
It is very much. I can't tell you actually how much I appreciate the opportunity. I mean, it's making my class right now so easy.
Our budget's so hard that the class is so easy. I love it. I do have one comment. I keep wanting to bring this up, and I know Rita and I went back and forth a little bit with Jeff too, but on Checker Road, I would love to see a little bit of money in there for something to control traffic flow.
I agree.
And I think we have some money for it. And I just, Jeff, I don't know, Bill, I don't know if you were able to get from Jeff. There were some budgetary dollars that.
Yeah, we can make, Bill, we can make a choker work on Checker. I think we're within, where's Jeff on here? I think we're talking about less than $25,000, and we can make that work in the capital budget this year. And then it would be a material physical improvement to deal with cut through traffic. And now the volumes may surprise us in a negative way, but I think, we've had some success over on Long Grove Road. Volumes are still high on Long Grove Roads, but speed is managed a little more effectively. So there's probably be some benefit. Cut through traffic is a menacing thing. Once it starts, people find some ways around that. Jeff, was I right on that number? Are we south of 25,000 on
25,000 is the exact number that I threw out to Bill and Rita last
Okay.
month.
Okay, well, we can make that happen and build that into the capital budget. We've got room for that. And, you know, the village has done unique things with traffic. You know, we're gonna reline the entire no parking strategy for Checker. Jeff and I are putting together kind of a spacing plan that would prohibit parking on either side, possibly as a pressure point to the Forest Preserve to add the appropriate amount of parking off site. Right now, it fills up real fast on a nice day, and people are going into the temple. They're going on the street where we're not 100% assigned right now for no parking. So we're going to be implementing that a little later on. We have the ordinance in effect to do that. So it's just a matter of getting the proper spacing, and ELA will help us with the installation on that as well. So there's that and a choker at the right location might give us some relief.
Jeff, what were the numbers on the speed tables for Checker?
Yeah, the speed tables were the other option that we considered, and there's kind of two options for a speed table. One is kind of a rubberized, bolt it to the pavement type thing. It's pre-manufactured, and the other is a concrete installation. The rubber pre-manufactured bolt to the pavement is cheaper, around $3,000. However, that is very susceptible to weathering, aging, and in this climate, snowplow damage, which hopefully is almost done for the year. The concrete speed table looks the same, and the installation of that is, you know, somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. It's a small project, but very, very intricate. So that's the driver of the cost on that.
But the speed table is not a speed bump. It's literally a table, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's got a ramp up on both sides. It's got a flat area on top.
You know, the problem with that is that you invite the young people that, you know, are shifting from Cuba now, although Cuba still has airborne capabilities, over to Checker. And that's the dilemma you face with those things. It does become a launch point for someone that wants to enjoy that type of an experience and take their life in others in their hand.
Bobby, you have a question, comment?
Yes, where would this squeezer be? Which side of Schaefer?
It would be
Checker.
I mean, no, Schaefer.
Yeah, it would be on the east side of Schaefer somewhere. Don't know where though. We'd have to figure that out.
Won't that just push people to go west?
No, what we have is, if you recall the
cut through.
Yeah, correct. If you recall the presentation that we did when back in 2019, when we were allowed to be in the village hall, we filled the hall because I put on the agenda no right turn, and boy, that was an interesting conversation, but one that was really good. It's in the morning you have, and by the way, we don't have this problem right now, but I anticipate we will as people get vaccinated and get back to work. In the morning, you have people cutting through on Schaefer, making the right on Checker. They're coming from Lake Cook, making a left on the Schaefer, then they make the right on the Checker, and then they make the left back on Arlington Heights Road. At night, they do it the exact opposite way. They come off of Arlington Heights Road, make the right on the Checker, and then they make a left on the Schaefer to cut back into Lake Cook Road. And that traffic just backs up like crazy. Right there on Lake Cook Road is what we saw, but there's also the issue of car speeding. So if we could strategically put at least one choke point there, you know, hopefully we would slow the traffic down and maybe even make it so that it's not as convenient to cut through. So I don't know. That's the thought.
Can we not put it on Schaefer? The choke point?
Well, I mean, the issue, I mean, we could look at that too. I think, you know, where is the right place for it, right? That's the question. So, yeah.
Jeff, are there any research studies, redundant, I guess, on the efficiency of these options? I live near the choker on Long Grove Road, and I don't know that it deters traffic. Part of me says it encourages people to blow the stop sign that they come to when they think no one's looking. And I also noticed that they like to speed up once they get over it to make up for, seems like they're making up for lost time. So is there anything substantive, any data that speaks to these options?
Yeah, so our office, we took a look and to see what formal published data there was on it. And surprisingly, there's very, very, very little, like absolutely none. But the, your comments are in line with other comments I've heard over the years about, the chokers. And, I would attribute all of that to, driver annoyance. And that is certainly a real thing. And if, it's the cut through person that needs to stop and wait their turn, they're probably going to be more annoyed because the whole idea was to save time.
Yeah, I think intuitively, if these things work, they'd be all over the place. So I think that limited application might help, but Jeff's comment, I think, is apt. It does tend to frustrate a driver who might otherwise be inclined to speed anyway, turn them over the top. So, but you have to try some things from time to time, and we've got these one in place. It wouldn't be a surprise to longer put in another one in place, and they're not wildly expensive. If we got into something where we were accident causing, we could always restore the original lanes, but it's a challenge. I mean, cut through. If there was a strategy to make it work, other than putting an expressway through and keeping high volume people off of there, you'd probably see them all over.
I would
So
be in
from a
favor. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was actually going to go drive back towards the budget and say, so from a budget perspective, is the board direction to add $25,000 in there for some traffic calming to be, type and location to be determined or not?
I would like to do something rather than nothing. Maybe we need a choker on Schaefer, and maybe we need a choker on Checker. Schaefer is just as much a speedway as Checker is. Checker
Well,
just
so's Indian Creek.
Yep. Yeah.
And so's
So's
Diamond Lake.
Diamond Lake.
Right.
Yeah, so's Diamond Lake, right?
So
We're up to 4 chokers.
Yeah, I mean,
from 25 to 100,000.
And to answer your question, I don't think it's an issue putting a placeholder on the budget. I'm good with that. I'm absolutely not in favor of putting like a 1-lane choker on either of those roads or municipal roads. I'm all in favor of putting more traffic signs, traffic lights, some kind of special enforcement with the police and the sheriff. I'm just not really a fan of restricting people, especially our residents who are part of that cut through traffic, from using the roads we pay for. I just don't think it's appropriate. And I think the real issue is not solving the issue, because we're just going to pile more cars into the famous intersection down there, and that really is what's causing this. And if we're taking 25 grand, I'd rather put it into a PR campaign against IDOT to do something over there. I mean, that's just the way I feel. I mean, public roads, we pay for them. I pay for the snow plowing. I want to use them. And I just don't think it's appropriate to slow everybody down when a lot of people are following the law. But I do agree that we could put something else in there, like traffic lights, police enforcement, things we had done before with the special details.
Can we do like the speed cameras that the city's doing now?
No, we can't.
No, we
State
can't.
law doesn't allow us to. I
That's a
looked at that.
Yeah, we need 100,000 people or something like that, or 2 million people. I can't remember the number.
No, we're
It's
just
a
not
big
allowed,
number.
period. It can only be a red light camera.
Mhm.
The only people the city of Chicago is the only one that can do the speed cameras. We can't.
From a budget standpoint, also, I know I've spent more time up at the brewery, and you can make what you want of that. We did some Zoom calls and things from that. I know Stemple Lot, we already have it in plan for resurfacing. I'd like to make sure that we've got the right amenities to make it a good parking lot also. You know, the little Walgreens across from St. Marie Church has 2 different types of electric charging stations for cars, 4 total stations. You know, a little sign that says 45-minute limit kind of thing. But I would like to consider, you know, if we've got this surplus and these look fairly solid, especially in the capital budget, making sure that we've got really good lights in there. I've seen that parking lot jammed full, and consider electric charging for cars that are electric.
Is that a
I think
revenue
Rita's-
generator?
No.
I don't, now, like I said, I was just at the Walgreens. I mean, I don't know how many spaces they've got, you know, 30, 35, maybe at Lake Cook and Arlington Heights Road, or I mean, Lake Cook and Buffalo Grove Road. And they've got 4 electric chargers. I think we, you know, with how many spaces we have at Stemple, we should really consider putting that in.
I think that's a fabulous idea.
Yeah, and
Rita's been talking about it. Rita's been talking about it.
Yeah, she's already done some work, right, Rita?
Yeah, yeah. And some of the initial research has to, just off the top of my head, the communities who have gone forward with this have grappled with issues like, what do you do if somebody pulls in, puts in the plug and doesn't come back for 3 hours? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the people that, you know, pull in there at 10 o'clock at night and come back at 6 in the morning? So there are some practical issues as well as financial issues. And I will probably be able to give you a report within, give me 2 weeks.
Who pays for that power?
We do.
We do.
We would. And by the way, all of our lights already have like just regular 2 prongs in them, both Stemple and our new ones.
Mhm.
People have tried plugging into Stemple. It's
Wow.
really slow. It's I mean, that's a regular outdoor plug. It's really slow.
Wow. Well, so not to belabor this a whole lot, I just was hoping we could put a little money in there for this. I know that we may need to add a little bit for the Stemple lot for some amenities. But I'm just hoping that we can put something in, and we don't have to finalize it tonight, obviously, but we will have to eventually. But that's really my ask.
What if we hired a police officer with jurisdiction, kind of like they used to do when CFI needed somebody to direct traffic mornings and evenings when the employees were coming in and out? What if we had, is that possible? I have no clue what the expense would be between like 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the evening for, and usually, and it's really the speeders. Do we have any idea is that prohibitive?
We had special detail on there a little bit before.
I'm wondering, it's after 8 o'clock. I can interrupt now.
Oh, geez. Go ahead, Bobby.
The thought occurs to me, could we hire a general service officer from Buffalo Grove? Would that be possible?
For
For
traffic
monitoring that checkered,
I don't think they'd let you. I don't think they'd let you use them for traffic control. It's not impossible you could get somebody in that situation. It may not be a GSO, but it could be someone at a different price point. I mean, you know, Rosemont has an army of traffic people that go out for when their events go on. So you probably can get someone. Now the downside is, what is the output? What are the expectations of that situation? Because I'm sure nobody's going to let a GSO chase a speeder, even if they're, you know, if they
no, but just being there
yeah,
probably accomplishes most of what we need.
yeah.
So I'd like to think outside the box.
Yeah.
The question is, where do you have them? Where along the route are they most useful?
Well, they're not
Hopefully
going to
they're
be
testing and
standing,
learning.
but they won't be standing in your intersection. They're going to get killed, right? And as soon as the police, yeah, of course we hope not, but the police issue was that once we put the special details out there, As soon as they were gone, it started all over again. And as soon as they went and chased one speeder offender down the street,
Oh,
it left the street vulnerable again. So that was part of the
Yeah.
discussion we had with the sheriff. They didn't have a really good way to do it either. I mean, every time they came in and they were there, they had presence. It was good. Second they pulled away, you know, it wasn't being adhered to anymore.
Well, this is go ahead, Bobby.
But
Was
we're
it
like
Peter?
way off track, aren't we?
Yeah, as I
Bill,
say,
put
it's a
it
budget
in.
meeting,
Let's
so I was
move
asking to
on.
put some money in, not to
Okay.
have it figured out
Got
tonight.
it.
what's the number?
25,000.
25, we'll
25
figure
for
out.
that.
Yeah, and the best way to spend, you know, and I know I'd have to think through Stemple because that could get really big really fast. And we've got a, you know, we've got a nice
Stemple-
size grant on that, but
Stemple, I have a plan for Stemple too, and that is can we put the conduit in so that we have a plan in place so that if we ever do want to put a charging station in, it's all there, right?
yeah.
So that's what I would ask for is
Hey, put
doing
solar
things like that.
panels in too.
Yeah, you could.
True. And I mean, we've already got lights and conduit going in. I don't know, you know, if there's anything additional needed there, but yeah.
That's a Jeff question, right? I mean, how do you set yourself up so it's there, right?
Yeah, and Rita and I had that exact discussion. It would be at a minimum, you know, choose the location where the charging stations and parking spots could go. And then you put your conduit, just like you said, Bill, your conduit and mark the location, you know, so that way, when it comes up, you can dig it up, find it, and then run the cables at that time.
We can get grants for
we-
that stuff too. So, yeah.
True. Yeah, we should look for grants that way. Do we have, I mean, when we resurface it, what are the plans for the current lighting?
I'm not sure we have a lighting plan.
No, we don't right now. Yeah.
No, we don't.
I'd
we
like
don't have
to-
a lighting.
I'd like to figure out if that's possible, because I went looking. Some of them are busted, some of them are, you know, is this really lighting us well? Those little electric things, because I went looking, you open them up, and the one I opened had West Nest in it.
Yeah, I had the same thing when I opened a few on Archer a couple years ago. Thank God it had froze the night before.
That's called nature, folks.
Yep.
So,
But-
and I guess
yeah,
to your
so-
Do you need a motion to put the 25 in?
I don't know if we need a motion at this point, right? So we
No.
just need to,
We'll
a head
put it
nod
in
to
the-
do it. Yeah.
We'll put it in the budget, and then when you bring it, we'll bring it back to you in April, and then the vote would be for that. And do you see any problem with that? I think leaving it general like that.
No, I think we should put the 25 in, if that's clear, the direction is there. And then my request, I guess, would be to ask, you know, Bill and Jeff and Rita, what are the options on Stemple amenities, again, for us to discuss.
Mhm.
I think that's fair. I think that's great. And Jeff, we could really use your help on that one. So some ideas.
Bike
Bet.
rack,
Bike rack, is that what I heard?
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Why not? Why not?
Well, we're trying to encourage green.
And
Yeah.
a bridge for the bikers to be able to.
Motorcycle parking spaces.
All right, so can we keep,
That too.
so are we
There
at a
you
point,
go, Chris.
are we at a point where we can move on? Because we still have a lot to go.
I'm finished.
Everyone good, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
So we
so,
should just as a closing remark, remind everybody that this is continued for the remainder of the budget to the April 13th meeting.
yep.
And I guess one thing I'll add, so those other budgets are things like water, TIF, open space, and so forth. And my commitment is that you will also see for general and capital, you'll see the actuals updated from 12/31 to whatever the most recent is.
Right.
Okay, moving right along. At the last board meeting, after a long discussion, we made a motion to have the village council draft up the preliminary approvals for the Phillips Estates subdivision. It's you have it in your board packet tonight. I'm sure that there's some comments, thoughts. So I will just open it up to the board. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Please.
I I have a couple of questions regarding the resolution that is drawn up. One is the width of the pathways. We discussed that last week. The resolution says 5-foot widths, and I thought we agreed to make them consistent with the 6-foot widths that we had at Deer Trails in Karen's Corner. I have a question about the term reasonable access.
Hey, can we answer that really quick? Vic, can we just change it to 6? How does that work? You're muted.
You can't read lips, huh?
Yeah.
No, that's up to you all. I had some uncertainty as to where you all landed. I thought that the consensus was at 5 feet, but if 6 feet is what you want, we can change the ordinance accordingly.
I remembered 6 also.
I
made
do
that
too.
same note.
I caught that as well. And I actually was thinking it was closer to 8, but that's a whole nother thing. So that's
We
what I had in
we
my mind.
discussed 6 and 8.
Yeah.
We did.
We did discuss 6 and 8.
We did.
Yeah. So, but is it okay with the board if if we could settle on that, if it's changed to 6, if assuming we get to a point to approve this tonight?
I'm good with it.
Okay, a lot of head rattling. If anyone isn't, please speak your mind, but go ahead, Rita. I'm sorry, just trying to keep us organized
Yeah.
or disorganized.
Just three other items. One, when talking about the pathways, the resolution says that reasonable access will not be denied. The word reasonable, I can see that maybe in the future becoming similar to the phraseology we had regarding solar panels. Is there a way to eliminate the word reasonable and still make this an equitable agreement? And Vic, that's a Vic question.
And Vic, you're muted again.
Rita, are you referring to reasonable access at the top of page 9 under the pathways area?
This is under H, I think the letter H.
On page?
Hold on.
8.
Thank you. You know, a practical question is where is the access? I'm guessing that we want to put an access point where we get connection that we had talked about. The word, and again, the word reasonable, and I'll just do all three and then we can talk about it. Maybe, would that be okay?
Sure.
Folks, okay. All right.
Well,
So,
Vic was ready to comment though, so.
oh, okay.
Yeah, as far as the reasonable access, there will be a final document that will identify what the access is. At this point, if you recall at the last meeting, the discussion was not to have this generally available to the public outside of the subdivision until there was some means for making the decision. And there will ultimately be an easement that will identify what the scope of the access rights are, but only upon the village board's determination that it is appropriate to make it available to the entire public as opposed to the subdivision. So I don't think that we have the same issue that you expressed concern about, because this is something that will be entirely within the village board's control, not something that anybody could come in and try to make their own interpretation of reasonable access.
No, well, I understand that. My suggestion, and obviously is up for discussion. My suggestion is that the pathways be known upfront by the people who would be purchasing land there, that these are not private pathways, that they are to be for the public, mainly because for a couple reasons. We have gone from 12 lots to 19. So that's not a bad thing. It tells me that on one level, we have 7 more lots that are creating impervious surface in an area that we know has low areas, stormwater management, potential stormwater management issues. And we're saying that, well, they get a density bonus because of the way that the lots have been apportioned. And one of the amenities is going to be pathways. So the only time those pathways are a benefit to the residents of Long Grove is if they connect to something and if they can use them. So if there's a private benefit with the density bonus, there should be, I think, a commensurate public benefit somewhere where we can say to the residents, yes, we went from 3 acres to 2 acres. And yes, we went from 12 lots to 19 lots. The trade-off is or was these pathways. So it's important, I think, from the beginning, so that it's very clear that we do want access. We do want them to connect to something. I'm asking the developer to consider a $500,000 contribution to the pathway committee, so that, and we don't need all the money up front. That would be unfair. Could be in stages. It could be when the lots are 50% sold, something along the line. Jeff and I calculated that if the connection to the pathways went across Cuba Road along the east side of Glenstone, we could wiggle that pathway right up along Reserve 1 and immediately into Heron Creek. If we had to make the pathway access on the west side of Glenstone, that involves 1,500 square feet more than the east path. That would run $750,000. The approximate cost for the path on the east side would be $525,000. So, and that's today numbers. That's not a final figure. We know there's engineering. We know that things happen, right? But if you take the 19 lots, divide it into 500,000, it's approximately $25,000 per lot. That way the trade-offs to me seem a little bit more favorable. So that's why I'm concentrating on where exactly the access would be. And I think it's only fair to let the future residents know from the beginning, we do intend to hook these up. I personally have a problem with the PUDs that we continue to, well, frequently we approve, where the width on the roads is 22 feet across. Those are narrow roads. And the question that I have for Jim Hogue when we have a few minutes is, where did this come from? When you have, this subdivision has 2 cul-de-sacs, and Bobby and I will both tell you that what happens when families move into an area off of a busy road where there are 2 cul-de-sacs, the question we get is, well, where my kids going to ride their bikes? Where if I have a party, where are my friends going to park? And you can close your eyes and envision, if you have 6 couples over, that's 12 cars, or I'm sorry, 6 cars at least. They're clogging up half of a 22-foot road. I don't know how or why we got into this, but where do little kids with trainer wheels, where do they bike? So theoretically, they could bike and walk and run and maybe get to a friend's house using the pathways. End of story. I think I probably just gave you a ton to talk about, and I'd like to hear what your comments are.
Now that's being addressed to the rest of the board, Rita, or?
Yep,
Okay.
anybody.
Well, let me start with the question that you started with on the reasonable access.
Okay.
There will be knowledge as to where those are. Those will be part of any final plat for the subdivision. Keep in mind, we're at preliminary plat stage now, so there'll be no question as to where that is. We don't know at this point where any access to linking pathways will be, because those don't exist. We will, at the time that the village easement becomes available to the general public, because that would be the trigger for the village actually adopting the resolution to approve the public use of those easements, of those pathway easements.
Can that be simultaneous with the ultimate resolution on this property?
Well, I think we have two limitations right now to making the linkages. One is the opportunity, and I don't know how we're going to be able to create that opportunity. And two is funding, which limits the opportunity. I think certainly the contribution that you mentioned would be something that would advance any effort for a connecting, a linkage to the broader path system. I don't know exactly how much it's going to cost or where it's going to go and how much we get for it. But as the discussion went at the last meeting, putting the public availability of those easements on the subdivision at a time when nobody can get anywhere but within the subdivision, I thought that the sense of the board was that that wasn't appropriate. Rather, the board would pass a resolution to make those publicly accessible when there was a way of getting in and out other than from the subdivision itself. That's something the board can change its position on from what it was last week, but that's why that language is in there as it's written.
Okay.
I guess I am in favor of trying to figure out how do we connect pathways across the village to make this, I mean, ideally that you could ride a bike safely without having to go on the shoulder we don't have on Cuba Road, or the blind spots that we do have on Old McHenry Road, which you'd have to do in here. I mean, asking for a contribution there, to me, obviously it's a negotiation. As Rita said, there could be staging on that, but I think that also would be of benefit to the people who live in one of those 19 lots too. Herons Creek and our Lake County Forest Preserves are pretty valuable, and I think being able to connect up to there. I tried to drive it today and figure some of, what does it look like? Everybody had said how beautiful it was. I would think that would be a really good thing long-term for all village and even particularly the 19 families that presumably will live there.
I agree with you, by the way. It'd be a great amenity for those homeowners in there. Anyone else have comments, thoughts on this?
What's the developer's response? I'm curious.
Can you hear me? This is David Shaw. I'm the attorney for the developer.
Hey, David.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
The developer's response is first and foremost shock, but a $500,000 contribution on top of what we have already committed to in terms of an amenity in the 6-foot paths we're talking about, plus the sidewalk along Cuba Road, which we also offered to put in. We're already talking about $250,000. This is for 19 lots. Frankly, the marketability of these lots are still somewhat limited in this market. Another $500,000 tacked on to the cost may well make this just totally unfeasible in terms of economic viability. I just don't know. I will tell you that's my initial reaction. I think, I don't know if Steve, we still have substantial development costs, of course. I don't know if Steve Cross wants to add anything to this, but I just don't even know how to respond other than this is a lot of money and I'm not sure exactly how it will impact the feasibility of the development. And so I would ask that you not make any decision tonight if in fact it's going to involve this type of impact fee, if you will, but we would certainly like time to study it and perhaps sit down and try to negotiate something that makes some economic sense. I am frankly very, very surprised that at this point, something of that magnitude has been raised. But of course, it's your prerogative, obviously. But as I said, I'm not in a position to respond to whether or not we can commit to something of that nature.
Do you have an approximate number in mind for what the average lot would, or what the average sale price would be for the lots in the community?
I think the average sale price would not be more than $200,000 to $225,000. If we're asking basically to add another 10% to that, I think we'd really be hard pressed. As you know, lots have not been selling at a lightning pace, and it is kind of a frightening proposition. We've held this property for so long and have so many millions of dollars into it. The reason we tried to develop a subdivision that I think is textbook and classic was to make sure that we would be able to market it. But I don't think that adding another $500,000 in amenities is going to help that. I think that we've already committed to a substantial dollar amount that will benefit both the residents and the village. And I really can't say much more than that.
Hey, let me open it up to some other trustees too. So on this notion of what's being asked here, Chris, what are your thoughts?
Can Chris go last?
Okay. Jenny, what are your thoughts?
I feel like the village is compromising by going, we are agreeing to smaller lot sizes than is typical for Long Grove. I also think that we are making a real effort to install pathways, and I like that idea. I feel a little guilty dropping this on you now. I think this kind of came up suddenly as a thought. I personally, I like the idea of contributing to the greater. As someone that would be potentially buying a house in that subdivision, I would love the idea of being able to connect to Heron's Creek. So I'm kind of interested in it. But I do understand that I'm sure it is a pretty shocking thing to drop in the developer's lap tonight. So I think it's worthy of a discussion, though.
Thanks, Jenny. Chuck, you been quiet.
Well, I actually agree with Rita and Jenny. It is worthy of discussion. Is 500 the right number? I honestly don't know. But I think we should have some type of further conversation about it. As far as the access to the pathways, and this is more of a question for Vic, could we not make it known that those pathways will be public when the time comes that they are connected? Because otherwise we're leaving it to a future board to have that conversation.
All the documents will. I'm sorry, Chuck. The expectation is that all the documents will be in place. It's just that, and they will be, chamber loaded, but trigger not pulled. It'll be for a future board to pull the trigger when conditions seem appropriate.
Okay. Would there be any harm in pulling the trigger now?
No, we could certainly do that. I thought that the sense of the board 2 weeks ago was that was an imposition on the residents within the subdivision, because the only way they could use those paths would be to drive into the subdivision and park on those streets and then walk around the subdivision. I think there was a reference to it being a little creepy or something like that.
Well, I mean, I'll say that that's the case here. I mean, when you think of what's happened in our neighborhood, where we had cars parking in the street, going out in the field, buying drugs and coming back, and eventually we caught up with them and shut it down. So that's the stuff where it gets weird when you have a neighborhood watch, and it's the safety of your children in the subdivision. And yeah, cars come in, you don't know who they are, and they're walking around your neighborhood. It's going to be suspicious. I will even tell you, in our subdivision, we've had hunters walk through with guns until we got that under control. So they're hunting and they're using our pathways. So it gets interesting when you're out here in the wild,
Point taken. Thank you.
But that's my concern. That's why I brought it up. So that's really mine, just from being an HOA president, of having to deal with motorbikes, coming across our property, cutting through to get to somewhere else, and everything else on those pathways. And yeah, I can go on. The list I can go on. So that we've had to work through. So and having no control over it. But the notion of getting through and getting somewhere, as a resident or somebody that's in a neighboring community able to go through, I'm fully 100% supportive of that. Using those pathways as a way to get through. We need to do that. So.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, did you have some thoughts? I didn't mean to go on.
Yeah, I guess I've got a lot of thoughts. I kind of agree with Rita in that, the more we could be upfront that potential buyers of these properties are buying into a public path system, and I call it public, even though it's privately owned, right? Privately owned, but publicly accessed. I think the better off it is. I just envision a future board getting 19 residents coming in the future and saying, we didn't know, you didn't tell us, why are you making this public? I just envision that taking place. I think about the prairie path. People who want to live on the prairie path pay extra money to live on the prairie path. People who don't want the people in their backyard don't buy a house on the prairie path. It's to me, it's that simple. I mean, that's a great example of a good amenity that basically is just a path, right? People bike, they go past your backyard. Some people like that, some people don't. But I think we need to be really upfront and say, look, this is a privately owned public path, period. And I just really envision the day when, 19 homeowners come into the village board and say, oh, you didn't tell us, we didn't know, we don't want those people here, and that whole dialogue. I just think the more we do up front right now, the better off it is, because, and to the point Rita made earlier, I mean, this is part of and that was the question that Jim answered for me last meeting, the justification. They made it nice, preserved beautiful piece of property, a lot of open space, but the paths are part of the justification for the density bonus. So to me, the more we do right now to say these are privately owned and maintained paths, but public are welcome to use them, to me, it's just easier. And again, I don't know the economics of the property values in connecting those paths right now. I think Rita brings up a very good point. We certainly have multiple examples in the village where developers have worked with us on finding solutions to problems we had. Lemon Hill ball fields were donated by the developer in lieu of a density bonus, as I think many of us know. I'm not saying they were great ball fields, but they were graded per our specifications and working with the park board at that time. So we've got really good examples of where developers have worked with us to try to find reasonable solutions where it made sense. They get the bonus density. We chunked off a piece of land that didn't make a lot of sense for them at the time. So it was kind of a win-win compromise. So if we could work towards kind of a better win-win on this, I think it makes the justification for the bonus density easier to accept in my mind.
No, thank you for your comments. Bobby, did you have anything else to add? I didn't have anything to begin with. This is my first time speaking, which is why I interrupt. Jim, could you explain to me technically what goes into the 15% bonus?
There's many things that have. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There's many things that have historically went into the density bonus. Pathways.
No, on this one. On this project.
Okay. This one, you're doing a great job of tree preservation. You've got a lot of mature trees there. Under a straight subdivision, you may not have the opportunity to do the preservation of those. So they're working to adjust lot lines and use the PUD regulations to the best of their ability to save trees on the property. They've already gone in and removed a lot of invasives and those types of things, which again is beneficial to the village. They're coming in and they're going to be enhancing natural areas. They're going to be doing natural plantings in the detention basins. Again, something very desirable, something very Longrovian. The pathway system is something, again, that has been considered. I think This is a segment that we don't have right now that offers us a lot of potential for connectivity, even though if it doesn't do so right at the moment, there may be an incentive for the Forest Preserve District to now come down and make a connection. Should the Route 53 corridor eventually have pathways in it, we have opportunities for connectivity that don't exist right now. Internally, the pathway system loops so the residents can at least walk around and have a circular access within their own development. I think all those things were well thought out. I think the whole development is well thought out. And again, they've used the PUD regulations to the best of their ability to try to have a very creative and naturally oriented development.
Okay, I like the idea of working towards a path that goes somewhere. We've got a certain number of paths that go nowhere, and if we can work with the developer to at least give us a boost towards getting a path to Herons, that would be a good thing. How do the impact fees? What's the cost of the impact fees?
I don't know off the top of my head. That's all going to be calculated at the time a building permit comes in. And I don't know what those would be off the top of my head.
Okay, so the new homeowner is going to pay those impact fees.
Yes, part of the building
Okay.
permit fees.
Okay.
Exactly. That's when
Okay.
it's collected.
Okay. I think the list of amenities are for the development, not for the village. So we're getting 7 more lots, or they're getting 7 more lots, and I think it's would behoove you to open your checkbook either now or 50%. Or when it's finished, something, and I think that it would be beneficial to all to sit down and work something that's beneficial to everyone.
So I think so. Although a surprise for some of us about the pathways, is this a point to stop and ask the developer? Would they consider looking at this and come back to us
Yes.
at the next meeting?
We will definitely consider looking at this now that I've regained some of my composure. As I said, it's a large number. I don't know whether or not it's economically viable. We would certainly obviously welcome the opportunity to work with the village on some solution to this. But I would ask that the matter be tabled until the next meeting.
Is everyone okay with that, doing that at this point?
I'm good with that.
Sure.
Good.
If I could, this is Stephen Cross. If it's okay, could I speak for a second, here,
Sure.
please?
Please,
Yes,
Stephen.
good evening. I'm the civil engineer for the development. So I just, wanted to add on to, David's comments there, and just in terms of the differences between the previous approved development, the subdivision that's currently approved, and what we're looking at here. I know there's a lot of discussion about we're getting all these extra lots, and that's a huge benefit to us. I think one of the things I just need to point out is, changing from the community wastewater system and the individual wells and moving into this more desirable connection to the public sewer system, as well as connecting to the Glenstone water system, it is really costing a significant amount of dollars, which when we look at adding these extra lots, it's really offsetting some of that cost. In terms of the lift station and the force main to pump the sewage up to Glenstone, we're talking somewhere in the $400,000 to $500,000 range for that lift station, and significantly number of dollars in running a water line that's serving the 19 lots. I was listening to the conversation about the fire earlier on today, and obviously we're bringing a kind of a potable water system to these lots, which certainly benefits from a fire sprinkler protection. The other thing that we're also doing is the lift station is being sized and the capacity to accommodate future development to the parcels to the east. We're not looking for any recapture. We're not able to get any recapture, but we are providing the capacity for another I don't know what the parcel to the east is similar size. So could there be another 20, 30 lots coming in there? But that certainly gives the opportunity for a benefit for additional development within the community there. So I just want to point out that there are these other ancillary costs that are really contributing to the overall property expense, as well as the existing costs that we've mentioned along Cuba Road and running through the development. Those are, as David mentioned, that's $250,000 just in those two components of the path. And I think that's really only at a 5-foot wide path. So based on the conversation here, those need to be 6. So, we're talking even more money on that. So I just wanted to point those out, and I'm available if there's any other questions regarding the engineering of the site.
Mr. Cross, I appreciate your thoughts there. I think that we should, based on where this went, we should probably stop here, let you regroup, and maybe come back to us.
Yes, I agree. We'd like to come back with a comprehensive response.
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart thing to do, and to debate it now, probably not the right thing to do. Let's get, give it some thought, and we'll figure it out together, right?
Agree.
Could I ask one question? I asked this question a week or so ago, never got a direct answer. And that is, was proper notification given to all contiguous properties?
Yeah.
Not me.
There was one.
So I wasn't aware of the last meeting. I didn't know about the last meeting, but I didn't get notified. But I mean, that's a whole separate discussion. Happy to go into more detail.
Not for me, it's not, Dan.
Okay.
It's a discussion I want to have. Did we not properly notify everyone?
Burger, I was not notified.
Well, I don't know who was notified then.
All the people, this is Dave Shaw again. I'm sorry. Your ordinance requires that all taxpayers of record within 250 feet of the property line, exclusive of right-of-way, be notified by certified mail. I obtained the list from Chicago Title Insurance Company. They did the search. I sent, certified notices to all of the people on that list. However, when it came to Mr. Hanson, we picked up the property address as opposed to his residence address, which is in Chicago. And for that reason, he did not get a timely notification of the Plan Commission hearing. We did reach out to him the next day as soon as we found out about the error. We sent to him our complete presentation. Steve Cross, I believe, called him. I know we sent several emails volunteering to explain everything and anything relative to his comments or questions. But there was an error in that regard. I don't believe it was fatal from a legal perspective, and we did try everything we could to remedy that.
So is Rick Berger not within that 250 feet?
He does not appear.
I believe, yeah, I think I can answer that. It sounds like the Berger residence and the Kushner residence were excluded by the right-of-way clause. We're responsible for the maintenance of the private road, but the residence is more than 200 foot away.
So what do Mr. Berger and Mr. Cross, what recourse do they have at this time, if any? That wasn't a rhetorical question.
This is Vic. Based on the notices that were sent, they did comply with the strict letter of what our ordinance requires. Our ordinance does not require that everyone have actual notice, but rather that they be provided with notice. And notice was provided to Mr. Hanson. The others were not within the zone of notice. There was also a sign posted regarding it on the property itself. It was also published in the Daily Herald. Those are the steps that we require in order to move forward with a public hearing. Those steps seem to have been fully satisfied.
Yeah, I believe the posting went up the day of the meeting.
Yeah. And
You
I
know,
heard it glued down.
I looked up the code on that. We don't say how long that sign has to be up. And I'm curious why that is. Like, can you put it up the night before a hearing and that suffices?
Well, the posting was actually put up on the 25th of February. That's the Thursday before the hearing. Jim Hogue had done that. Apparently the sign did topple over, and on the morning of the hearing, or I guess the morning before the hearing, he did reset it. So there may have been times when it was flat on its back, so to speak, but it had been posted on the site, and that is one of the means for providing notice under our ordinance.
And does the law say that's sufficient? Is that how?
The law only requires the publication of notice in terms of state law. We in our ordinance have layered that requirement by including the signage as well as the mailed notice.
So how do you determine that someone was mailed the notice if they never got it? There's no signature required for the certified mail?
The notice requirement is that it be sent, not that it be received. And we have both the green cards, or the receipts, I should say, showing it, as well as an affidavit regarding that. And so at least the notice had been delivered. Whether it's been received is a different question, and that's not the standard in our code.
So if it's return receipt requested and you don't get the receipt back, what's the distinction on that, if any? I mean, it would be a clue that maybe they didn't get it, right? Would that be?
Are they sent that way?
No, nobody has the ability to control when the receipts are returned.
Right.
And so that is something that is not part of our requirements.
So Vic, from your perspective, everything was done per our code, correct?
There was no deficiency regarding that. And while it's an imperfect system as to whether everyone actually gets knowledge or obtains knowledge of it through a notice, the issue is really whether the notice was provided. And in this instance, the evidence presented shows that it was.
And so
I think it's very unfortunate that our rules are a little slimy, maybe, in that if proper notice would have crossed the right of way, and neighbors would have been informed. So I really think we need to take a little look at who we notify, at what distance we require ourselves to be forthcoming with information.
I would think the notice on the property should be there at least a week, if not 2 weeks or a month. And nobody, hardly ever gets the newspaper anymore, but the notification should require a signature and, be sent to the mailing address of the owner on record. But I just wanted to say, I think there's a lot of people that have done a lot of work, and I respect that completely as a developer myself. I just don't like the changing from 3 acre down to less than an acre. There's a reason a lot of us talked to my neighbors, and we bought in Long Grove specifically because of the large lots, the woods, the conservancy, the feel that you get. Everybody's done a fantastic job keeping the village a pristine oasis in the middle of suburbia, typical homogeneous suburbia. So just keeping that R1 designation, I think, is sacred. So the 3 acres, if there's any way to make those lots 3 acres, there's more total area to work with. But my neighbors and I would really like to see that 3 acre kept.
And just to be clear, though, it's 2 acres, although the lot sizes some are smaller or greater, but overall the space is about 2 acres.
Yeah, the smallest lot is several that are 0.9, less than an acre.
But with the kind of, I'm going to use this word, cluster housing, right? So with, by protecting the open space, you could make those lots closer to 2 acres each, but then you'd lose all the trees and everything else, right? So that's why that's why we're, that's why we came up with the R2. I'm not saying that I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that it's about 2 acres is what it is per home, right?
Yeah, it's 19 properties on 35-ish acres.
So that's what I want to be clear on, right? They could all be 2 acres each or about 2 acres each, but then we lose a lot of trees and things like that. So environmentally, it probably may not be the best for us, right? So that's all.
I got you. Yeah, I think looking at it, the trees are really spread out. That there seems to be a way to do that, and the way they're planning it right now, the houses aren't really clustered that much. They're still pretty spread out. But anyway, that's the issue for us, and I'd like to see that 3 acre minimum maintained.
With the 1 acre lots, will each of the properties be contributing less to the school taxes and county taxes than the standard 3 acre lot?
Yeah, the question on that, Rick, would be if there's more homes, the land is usually valued less. You probably end up with more tax dollars to the school districts with more homes, but that would be my guess.
Isn't it based on bedrooms?
No, it's based
on your cost, your assessed value of your property. That would be the land and the home itself. The open space doesn't get taxed, but there'd be more homes, and so
okay, I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, the value of the homes will probably be greater than the land, right? So you'll probably end up ahead. My guess is you end up ahead. Would be my opinion, but I don't know, Rick. I'm just guessing.
I heard a comment earlier about the infrastructure improvements could be a benefit to the property to the east. What would be the board's thinking on another variance for the property to the east?
The only thing I will say there is, I was thinking about that. Is it really a benefit to us? And the reason being is that we don't levy a real estate tax. And so, having more density means more cost to the village and so forth. So it might be a benefit to a future developer, but not necessarily to the village. I don't know how the rest of everyone feels. Part of Long Grove is protecting all the open space and preserving as much as possible. So we're not one that's looking for a lot of sprawl, right? So, but I don't want to speak for the rest of the board. When I heard that comment, I was kind of thinking along those lines. It could be a benefit to somebody else in the future, but would it be a benefit to the village? Depends on what they want to build there.
Well, and admittedly, we have, at least for the last 8 or 10 years at least, we've consistently said that it's the character of the village that attracts people. We're environmentalists. We like trees. We like wildlife. And other people do too, because they keep buying homes here. So, it's part of the ethos, part of the character that people are buying into. We don't we don't make money when we crowd houses into the open space. We make money on sales tax revenues. So we're interested in retail. These large tracts may or may not ever be developed, but it tax the services we have to offer. It taxes the schools. And that's, I think if it's done judiciously, where we maintain the character, that's what draws people here.
I just had another question too. Where is the Glenstone development getting their water that they're going to tap into?
I'll let that Jim or somebody answer, but it's their private well that they have, right?
This is Steve Cross. Yes, that is correct. They have a private well that serves their water system and all their residents.
Well, we're probably at a point, there's some good comment here. We're probably at a point to stop. This is not going to happen tonight. I know that we were going to ask the developer to go back and look at, some amount of money to be used for pathways that was thrown out, 500,000. There's also some concerns about the notification. I don't know that we have any recourse there at this point because it's happened, but that would be something that we'd look for our village manager to comment on. Our village attorney to comment on. So, but I think we're probably at a good point to stop here tonight on this one.
And can I ask one question just to make sure that we identify the ordinance in the way that the board wants? Do we want to keep the pathway private until a future date with everything being in place and just having the village board make the determination when they think the time is right, or have it available to the public from the outset?
Did I hear?
I would be in favor of the latter of the two.
So how many from the beginning?
Up front.
Yeah.
How many now? All right, you have your answer, Vic.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There's one question, and I don't know if we want to do this now. The maximum floor area was not.
Oh yeah, it's yellow.
In.
I have it printed out. I was right here.
And what do we need to do with that?
Thank you, Vic, or thank you, Bobby.
Well, that was a matter that was identified as being something desired. I think, Bobby, you were the one that initially raised the issue, but there wasn't any particular number that had been identified. The ordinance allows a minimum of 5,500 square feet. Depending on the lot size, it could get
a minimum 55.
I'm sorry, not a minimum. It allows up to 5,500 square feet for the smallest of the lots in the proposed development. So the minimum lot size is within the development. Some of them do have the capacity to build larger homes, but those are also the larger lots. And Jim might have a better handle as to what the spread of those are.
Yeah, you have most of the lots in there. Well, on average, they're about an acre. But as Vic pointed out, the smaller lots you would have 5,500 square feet, and then you would get 0.025 square feet of floor area for subtract 10,000 from that, and then multiply the remainder times that. So it would vary. The larger lots, you could go to 8,800, and then there's another formula there. I believe it's 0.098 for everything that's over an acre. So really on the bigger lots, and I believe there's 7 of them, you're looking at about 8,800 square feet. 2 options: you could either let the zoning code prevail, because they are not asking for any variation or deviation from the R2 district regulations. So the floor area formulas that I just described would apply, or I believe the applicant testified that they were looking in the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot range. If you needed a number, I would throw out 5,500 square feet. That would seem to cover the zoning code in terms of most of the lots, and would put a cap on the larger lots so that your character of the area concerns, which I believe is what's driving this, would be addressed.
Because we're going to have this back again, could you put that in writing?
You want to mount on how it would shake out?
Yeah.
Okay, I can
Because
do that.
you've just thrown out a whole bunch of numbers as what the zoning code is, and I kind of need to see them.
Well, and we need also maybe a quick refresher on how we compute square footage.
Yes.
You know, we ran into this previously.
Yeah.
Well,
So
we
if
don't
could get
have
that
minimums
later.
established, we have maximums that are established, okay? And on lots of 10,000 square feet to just under an acre, you start at 5,500 is the base. You can go higher than that if you're over an acre per the formula that I described.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put it in writing, it'll be easier.
Good idea.
So are we at a point that we can stop tonight on this one? Because we've got a few other items on the agenda. That's
Yes.
all right. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a resolution approving a program to utilize social messaging in the village's comprehensive communication program, and then directing council to update the extension of the vicarious contract we have. I think I'm going to ask either Bobby or Bill to open this up. Who do you want to open it up?
Bill.
Bill.
Okay, good.
set
Thank
this
you,
up.
Bobby.
Thank you.
Yes, as you recall, this whole initiative started with an interest to expand our communications platform to include some social media channels, if you will. So we asked Melanie to come up with a strategy in order to do this and our pricing. And we actually met as a subcommittee, Chuck Nora, Bobby O'Reilly, Melanie, and myself, to go over some of the details. In the course of the development of the pricing proposal, we realized that vicarious production was out of contract with the program. Melanie was aware of that, and she, on her own volition, did not bring forward when the contract expired last September, given some of the complications of COVID and just the sensitivities on it, and just continued to perform on the established terms and conditions. So what we ended up with is a modified consulting services agreement that sets the core services in place. And there's two components of that. There's the core services, which is basically the communications plan we have itself. And then there's a component of a la carte services, and that's where we parked the capacity and pricing for two rollout channels, one on Facebook and one on the system called Nextdoor. And we think that'll give a great balance and penetration to the social media using those two. Nextdoor has the unique position that it's focused on Long Grove residents, and it allows some polling and sampling capabilities, which we thought would be helpful. Facebook, of course, is the most established social media. I don't know if it's the largest, but it's the most recognizable of all the various social media platforms. So I think we're off to a good start with that. When we looked at pricing and compared pricing to budget, we actually did accommodate with very little budget to budget cost exposure the social media channels. And one of those reasons is because when we developed the budgets for the communications program, we actually had a fairly large allowance for contingency a la carte services, none of which are actually, or very few of which were actually exercised. So there's a very small impact budget to budget between adding the two rollout channels and the base programming, even with the pricing adjustment. We also thought it would be advantageous to the village to get at least a 24-month rate freeze on the new rate structure, and then give the village a third-year option for service if we so elect. That would be capped at a 3% adjustment in that third year. So all that fits into the budget that we presented to you earlier. I guess the best way to think about this, and if the board needs any further explanation, I'm going to turn that over to Melanie so she can project some of the responses or questions, responses you might have to questions you might ask. Is think of this as we've got a core communications plan. It's a pretty good one in place right now. It involves the electronic instant messaging and of course the bridge fixed media item. This just expands our capabilities. The core of the information management that goes on will just be now expanded to social media channels and adapted. And obviously the copy is different because the demands of the system are different. But it's really building onto the core infrastructure that we operate under right now. And that's fairly disciplined in terms of how we approach it. At least twice a month, we have full staff, and Bobby chairs this committee initiative to go over with Vicarious what's coming up, what's on the calendar, set the deadlines, move ahead. Everybody on staff is involved in that. Sherry is particularly involved and important to that role to make sure the issues are coordinated and whatnot. So that system in play is pretty good and operates pretty smoothly. So these are just the social media channels that would augment and hopefully reach a broader demographic in and outside of the village with regard to the Facebook, and of course inside the village with respect to the next door channel. So I think the response that we brought today meets the objectives of the village, gives us great continuity for a pretty good program that we have in place. Vic did offer some additional comments on the structure of the agreement. I think Melanie has had the chance to review that. They just went out today. We posted them on your Google website, and Vic can respond to any questions. They're more legal structural, if you will, and clarifying some of the questions that were in the original agreement. But I think we're on the same page from a staff standpoint and from a client's the Melanie standpoint, that we look pretty good with that. So with that, I would I would ask for any questions that the board might have. I would recommend the continuation of this contract in the terms that were negotiated, and Melanie is available to answer any of the questions for the board to clarify some of the technical aspects, and obviously Bobby and Chuck, your committee perspective is very important as well, if you have anything to add to that kind of overview remarks. So
Chuck or Bobby, you want to make some remarks first? Or
there was one question that came up at our meeting, and we didn't get a real clear answer, and I think it's got to be in the back of everybody's mind, and that is, how will Nextdoor function within Long Grove if we're in different areas now?
Well, Melanie can answer that. I think she answered in the other meeting, but can you answer it? Because I think when we sign up for that, right, we'll all be in one area. We will actually now have a different account set up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Nextdoor is uniquely created in the way that it creates neighborhoods. And that is not a function of anything that we do as a communications company, whether it's mine or somebody else. But what it will do is that every single neighborhood within Long Grove will be incorporated into the Village of Long Grove's Nextdoor page. So the unique experience with the Village's Nextdoor page, if we were to create that, if this gets approved today, would be that every single resident in Long Grove would be able to get updates And what Long Grove does, which is unique, or I'm sorry, what Nextdoor does, which is unique, is it incorporates every single individual that has a Long Grove address into that page. So every one of you, if all of you elected officials have accounts on Nextdoor, if we were to establish a page, you would be looped in and you would have to actually opt out. I've had clients from other municipalities reach out through Nextdoor and say, I don't want to be on this page. Not a lot, but once in a while you have one. And I said, well, you actually have to opt out because Nextdoor opts you in. So the great achievement of Nextdoor is that it opts people in. And when there's a village page established, they really like to receive the updates. So generally, I would say that 99.9% of the time, individuals stay on the page. They stay incorporated with the village page. Occasionally, there's an individual that says, I want to receive these updates, but it's really, really sparse. What happens is people like these updates. They want to hear from their village. And what's really nice is that it is all your residents. So, but in answer to your question, Bobby, the Nextdoor does create that. It is not anything that like my company or any company like me would have control over. It does divide neighborhoods into like quadrants or neighborhoods. And so, Bobby, I know you're kind of on the north side of Long Grove, right? So Mundelein fits into your world a little bit, South Mundelein, North Long Grove. But what would happen is when it comes to Village of Long Grove updates, you would receive those. The Mundelein neighbors near you would not. So that's specific to you. But you do, based on your geography of where you live, you do get updates per Nextdoor from like South Mundelein, if you will.
So I would get the chatter.
Yeah, you
from Mundelein and Vernon Hills.
Yeah, you will hear that. And that is not something that like we as a village have control over because Nextdoor divides you into like geographic areas. But the good thing is that if we were to establish a Village of Long Grove page, everybody who has only a Long Grove address, not the Mundelein people, not the Vernon Hills people, will get updates from the Village of Long Grove. That's the difference. It's unique. It's a unique experience. It's a privately owned social media page. So it's not like a Facebook or a Twitter, but it offers unique advantages to really like focus on your residents. So that's what I personally, as a communications person, like love about it, because that's our goal, right? We want to reach your residents. So that's what's special about it. So that's how it plays out from the Nextdoor layout.
So via Nextdoor, could we be encouraging people to sign up for our newsletter, our e-news?
Yes. And that's actually, we've talked about it, and I talked about it with Dave prior to him leaving and way before. And he was, there were concerns about bringing people into social media. And so, this conversation kind of continued to come up. And once Dave left, we reignited. You and Anne brought this back up. And I was so glad because we do need to reinvent ways to market the e-newsletter to reach more residents. And we can do that on Nextdoor. We could also potentially do that on Facebook if the board is to approve that. But especially in Nextdoor, like that is all your residents, getting every resident in. And I will tell you, we work through Nextdoor with other 3 municipal clients, and they are at, I want to say on the low end to the high end, 40%, 65%, 87% of their residents are on Nextdoor. It's become a very mainstream channel for people to, and if you're all on Nextdoor, any of you are, like, people are looking for painters and roofers, and I found a lost dog in the neighborhood. I mean, if you're on it, you've seen it. But the municipal experience is very different. It's the municipal page pops up, everyone is opted in, anyone in Long Grove would be opted into this Nextdoor channel, and the updates start to flow. And then they grow. The Village of Buffalo Grove, we've been working with that village for more than 5 years. And we established this page 2 years ago from them, starting from 0. We have now doubled the Facebook followers in 2 years. And we established those Facebook pages 5 years ago. Nextdoor has become a very mainstream local channel for people. So I'm excited about it if the village is, interested in going forward with it, because we can reach a lot of residents. It just is a very unique channel. And, in communications, like especially municipal, we are focused on reaching as many residents as we can. That's the goal, right? Like you have a lot of information to get out. We put together bi-monthly e-newsletters, a print e-newsletter every other month. And we wanted the print e-newsletter reaches every resident, but the e-newsletter could reach more people. And social media could augment and supplement that, especially if things come up after the e-newsletter deadline. So to me, it's a very strong choice, but of course it's at the pleasure of the board on whether they're interested in moving forward. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks.
So
other comments? Yeah, Chuck?
And I want to preface this, I'm not a social media person, but I'm very intrigued with this Nextdoor concept. You said that everyone's automatically opted in. How exactly does that happen? Because like my wife's on Nextdoor, she gets a lot of Buffalo Grove stuff because we're on the south side of the village. Let's say I want to be on it as well. How do they know where I'm at?
Yeah, so it's based on your address. So if you have a address and the I call it like a pop-up, lately we hear like pop-up things. Like for instance, a good example with Nextdoor is like you create a page and it's like a pop-up. And I'll give you an example nearby Buffalo Grove, right? We created that page and within a week we had like 6,000 followers. It was crazy. It was just like this weird, because what Nextdoor does is you create a municipal page, and it's actually, I don't think they meant to do this. I've done a lot of research on Nextdoor. I don't really think they meant to do this, but it really works for municipalities better than a county or a fire district or police department, fire department, and those avenues are open too. But for municipalities, it's a very square parameter, right? It's just people with that address. So what happens is the Village of Long Grove establishes a page, and then within days, within actually hours, everybody with a Long Grove address is actually opted into that page. And like I said before, when we created that page for the Village of Buffalo Grove, for instance, there were 2 people out of everybody that reached out and said, I don't want to receive these updates. How do I get out of this? And I said, you need to click unsubscribe. And they can do that easily. So I provided that direction to them. I actually think one of them did and one of them didn't. Because it's like good news. It's like good local news for them that applies to where they live. And over time, you like create that trust where you're literally just providing people good information that they want to know. Whether it's, I was taking notes like with the, Jesse and the whole downtown situation, like what's going to happen with capacity or other things like, Semple parking lot, like come check us out. Now we have charging stations or other things. So this provides a really great opportunity for the village to supplement e-newsletters, market the e-newsletter, but also provide information between those e-newsletters that people need to know. So yeah. So I hope that answers your question, Chuck.
It does. Vic, can that be used to get out public notices? Or is that not considered a legal way to get notices out?
No, do you mean like legal notices, like meeting?
Yeah, like there was concern from residents tonight that they weren't notified of the planning commission talking about Phillips Estates.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. It is absolutely an avenue for public information. So if we want to set out the agenda a week ahead or whenever the agenda is available, absolutely. That can also go out through Nextdoor.
I would go ahead.
I want to interrupt. Insofar as providing notice, that's a great tool, just as our website is, and notices of the hearings are on our website. Right. They don't satisfy the legal requirement in terms of what boxes need to be checked.
Okay.
Yeah, and
And
I
it
think
still
we
might
would
have
use
helped
it.
people
If this
know.
takes off, there would likely be an expectation from the residents that this should be on there. And I think, I can't remember if Chuck was yourself or Bobby at our committee meeting. You said, we are becoming the new local news.
Yeah.
And we, that's a pretty big responsibility, but that's by default. Towns with active pages like this become the local news. We just don't see reporters at our meeting. Well, of course, we don't have meetings in person, but we haven't seen reporters in meetings. So the use of this and the rollout, I would think there would be a high expectation, legal notice or not, that people would get it, and they'd probably have a healthier feedback from that local page than some of the other statutory requirements that are that existed well before we rolled out such a program. So it is pretty exciting. I mean, it gives us tremendous potential to enhance our communications platform. And that's, I didn't
Anne's
know
raising her hand.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Anne.
Sorry.
Oh, I had a question. It's not so much on Nextdoor. I think you all know, I sent a note up to all of you. I'm a big fan of advancing on social media. Melanie, what's the thinking on the Economic Development Commission is very excited about using social media. You can have a website, but if you don't tell people about it, they won't come. What's your thinking on village and economic development? Because there's, residents and potential residents, customers, businesses.
Yes. So economic development and support of businesses is huge right now, right? Every local government body is wanting to make sure that people are patronizing their businesses. So in the initial proposal or an iteration of that way back when, LinkedIn is a great avenue, right? That doesn't mean that economic development initiatives or support of businesses can't happen on Facebook, Nextdoor, and or either one. So I had suggested that if the EDC would like to kind of have their own presence, that would be a great option. Set aside from that, if that weren't to be an option right now, that doesn't mean that Facebook and Nextdoor couldn't be avenues for that as well. So we work with other municipalities who are in their weekly or bi-weekly or bi-weekly newsletter, we have both, that promote local businesses and link back to a page that supports them, similar to the one that Bobby in Long Grove established with the business directory. One of our clients, River Forest, to name them, spotlights a business every week in their e-newsletter, and then links back to all the businesses on the village's website. So that's a really nice way, especially so. With Long Grove, it's a little more palpable or able to do that. With a Buffalo Grove or a Palatine or Arlington Heights, it's a little hard to give every business spotlight. But when you have 100 businesses, it's a little bit easier, a little bite size. So in answer to your question, I think LinkedIn is a great avenue for economic development issues and EDC kind of initiatives. But separately from that, there's no reason why a business spotlight or something else couldn't be incorporated in e-newsletter and or on any social media pages that the village would potentially accept as part of a new strategy to expand communications.
And is there, and you said something about weekly, bi-weekly, is there a commitment or a minimum time that we would be making sure we've got new content on social media?
Yeah, so what's happened recently is that, well, kind of not so recently, but in general, a lot of things kind of pile up maybe after the deadline. We have kind of a ramp up deadline to make the deadline for e-news, if you will. Not that it's a hard deadline, but we usually need time to put it together. We put it through Constant Contact, and there's the kind of layout features involved and time and editing and review from the village and such. So we have kind of a week-ish for review by the village after we put it together. But the great thing about social media is if things come in kind of after that deadline, we can pop them up on social media and get them out. A good example is, let's use, when Old McHenry Road or Robert Parker Coffin were under construction, and a Lake County dot with Old McHenry would say, roads closed, such. So we could get that quickly out on social media. We wouldn't have to wait for the e-newsletter to come out on Thursday or put it out ahead of time. So we can use that vehicle for things that pop up in between those deadlines. I like to think of social media as like immediate stuff, and then e-newsletters where things are a little more settled and they're not going to change. If we, write the article and schedule it for Thursday, it's not going to change. So, and that doesn't mean, by the way, Anne, that we can't incorporate like contemporary news things potentially, like say, I don't know, Old McHenry Road closes next Monday and it's going out Thursday. We can't incorporate that as well, but it's also a good notice on social to say, hey, just so you know, Old McHenry Road is closed next Monday due to construction, and then popping into social media as well. So I think it handles two pieces, like the immediate notification and maybe in reinforcement within social media too. It's a helpful tool. Right now we've been a little constricted, and I think Bobby have seen that too with we're kind of confined to the e-newsletter and there's not as many channels. So this offers another opportunity to get word out to residents.
Let me just go ahead, Ann.
I said thanks.
Thank you. And I'm going to hit everyone. So Jenny, what are your thoughts?
I think that social media, I'm not on social media, but I feel that it is a useful tool. There has been a lot of discussion in the EDC and about using it to drive people to our webpage. And I think that has a lot of merit. Mike Elliott did bring up LinkedIn as probably the most appropriate, which Melanie reiterated there. I just have one question, and I don't know. I appreciate Vicarious Meeting doing this, but I also think like what if the things that you're saying about like Robert Parker Coffin being shut down. Is this something that a staff member like in the village hall can contribute, or is this all funneled only through, if we choose to move forward, is this something that you manage exclusively, or is this something that a staff member would also be able to contribute to? And how would that work for things that are, really spur of the moment information we want to get out?
Yeah, Jenny, that's a really good question. I do think that staff members can also be a part of this too. So it's a matter of like, I like to say is, working in a community, working with owning a communications firm, is that we try to get messages out through every channel possible to reach everybody we can, right? So the village itself, and obviously it's something like immediate, there's Blackboard Connect that sends out to everybody, right? I don't know if everybody is subscribed to that. So let's say that Robert Parker Coffin Road is closed due to, oh gosh, forbid, like another truck hitting the bridge.
Don't say it.
I just knocked on
It's
wood.
closed for the festival. Closed for a festival.
I know. And I didn't mean to use that example, but just because I said RPC Road, and we've been reporting on that. Exactly. But anyway, so let's say, it is for whatever reason. So of course, like village staff, and actually Sherry has, I believe, a handle on that. Like if something goes out through Blackboard, we really don't work with that. That's the one channel we don't work with. But to supplement that, whoever isn't involved with Blackboard, just to kind of shoot that out through, the e-newsletter list, and or if there were social media channels to add on, that just, I think that, I believe, actually, not just think, I believe the obligation of local government is to reach your stakeholders, right? You have business owners, you have residents, and you have messages to get to them. And so with Blackboard, you might have some of those people. With e-newsletter, you have some of those people. I put into the report that I submitted that you have 750 people that are probably religiously opening that e-newsletter. And you have 8,000 residents. And of those 750 people, 1,500 who are subscribed, and Ann pointed out, around 50% are opening. It's not the greatest group, right? It's good, but it could be better. So with social media, Facebook, and/or next door, you are increasing that group to market your e-newsletter and make sure that your messages are getting out to those people that you want to reach as a municipality. So in answer to your question, you have a select group that will be reached through Blackboard, which the village staff handles right now. I do believe that the village staff, they certainly could manage a Facebook page or manage a Nextdoor page. I don't know if they have that bandwidth just with all their other work. We've been working with the village for over 3 years, and it seems to me that the village staff is busy and there are not that many of them. And that's why we have worked with their communications function to help them. And Jenny, in answer to your question, sure, you could have another staff member do it. I don't know if they have the time or ability to.
Melanie,
I
think Jenny.
I'm thinking it's supplementing.
Yes.
Not just right. It's a team effort, not cutting you out of the picture. I'm just saying, could this be a collaborative?
But they have access to adding something.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We're all working together. We meet every other Wednesday. We're meeting tomorrow at 9:30 to collaborate. And actually, Sherry, I think something big happens, she is on Blackboard sending that out. We're not involved with that. We're more of a supplementary, complementary, making sure we reach as many people as we can.
But Melanie, could a staff member go into Nextdoor and post something?
We would need to train them how to do that. I don't know.
Well, that obviously.
Yeah. I can't speak to abilities. There's a few tricks to the trade. It's not just a quick go in. We could train someone to do that if that would be the will of the board.
How is it any different than when I post on Nextdoor?
There's certain things that are unique to tagging and making sure that, these communications go out to hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. So it's not just a quick, and I'm not saying you do it quick, but I'm saying there's editing. And we always, when we do posts for any client, whether it's a municipality or a business, we have an editing process. So make sure we go through a couple channels. But I wouldn't say it's much different. No.
Well, branding of this, a good communications program is a huge brand lift for the villages or the companies that are served by the messaging system. So I don't want to make this sound like we can't do it on a staff basis, but I wouldn't want to rely on the staff because this is going to be a fairly demanding exercise to make sure that we get not only the right content, but the right presented content. And again, Bobby's correct. Every 2 weeks, the entire staff is on the call. Bobby chairs the meeting. Melanie's on the call. Janine is on the call to make sure we have proper alignment on the facts and the background so we don't get sloppy on what is said and what the message is. And so that's an active exercise of everybody on the staff team does that every 2 weeks. And the production of that, there is still a professionalism is still really important in terms of the media. Because again, getting back to the comment a few minutes ago, we're going to become the local news channel for our village. And to do that and have it well received, it's got to be done professionally, and it's got to be relevant, and it's got to be timely. And so for all those reasons, this is a good communications element, a good service element to contract out. And we've been pleased with the program so far. The question is, it just doesn't reach enough people. And that's where the social messaging comes in. I mean, the board was right. We're not getting to the point where we can get the full demographic and full penetration for the work effort that we've got this foundation built. And it has a great core knowledge that stays ongoing, and we need to get it. We need to liberate that further, and I think that's the essence of what we're trying to do here with the messaging.
Melanie, one additional question that I thought of is, what would it take to add LinkedIn to this package?
Um,
And would it be necessary to do it now, or could we do it a month from now?
Yeah. You could do it whenever you would like. We could incorporate it initially or as we go. And just as we're entering into the social media world for the first time. So maybe I behoove the village just kind of gradually enter in and then think about adding in LinkedIn, whatever the choice is. But however you would want to proceed, we could do all at once, or we could do gradually in.
How much more would it cost us if we added a third?
Yeah. So the way we priced it, and it's more of a retainer pricing because that's not what we do for normal, like out of the box clients. So we charge $350 per month for one, and then $150 per month for any additional, which is a lot different than other clients that aren't retainer clients.
Okay, I would strongly suggest that we add LinkedIn from the get-go. The EDC is I think very anxious to get there and get their information out there.
Well, do we do Facebook, Nextdoor, and LinkedIn?
Yes,
Or do we go
they're
Nextdoor
just
and
totally
LinkedIn?
different.
Yeah.
It's different audiences. Facebook might have crossover, Nextdoor for sure residents, LinkedIn much more prospective businesses.
Well, I mean, if we were going to only do two of those three, I would say my vote would be Nextdoor and LinkedIn. Again,
I would do
just
Facebook.
my opinion. I'm not saying it's right. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Hey,
I would advocate for Facebook just because it's so ubiquitous, and also like Stevenson uses it, families that are already there.
You're going to grab a young demographic, and you're correct with Facebook. It's much broader, and you get a lot of people look at it even outside the village because communications is still important, exported to non-Long Grove residents.
Right.
It's still very helpful to us.
I want to pull two people into the conversation that have been silent or semi-silent. One of them is Chris. The other one's Rita. As I understand it, what's before us, though, is this is something that we're not going to be contractually obligated for a long term for it. We can test it out and see what works. But I wanted to get your guys' feedback, on this. Chris, you've been really quiet, and we'll also then ask Rita because you haven't said anything yet either.
Okay, Rita, can I go first?
Sure.
Thank you. So I find it kind of ironic. 3 of the 6 trustees are not on social media yet. We're advocating growing our information and becoming our own little newspaper, if you will, per Bill's word. I guess I still don't know the goal and the target audience. What are we trying to accomplish by expanding the media sources? And who are we trying to reach specifically? Not just a broader brushstroke of we want to reach more people. I get that. But we don't know with any fact whether or not the people who actually do have Facebook accounts are any different than the people who are getting our newsletter blasts. We just don't know that. We don't have any data to back that up. And the other thing I think about is the protocol, the procedure. So let's say something does happen. What's our procedure to communicate to the residents who are both deciding to be connected electronically and those who don't? And how do we communicate that? So let's say we post it on Facebook, we post it on Twitter, we post it on email blast, but what if those are the same 40% of the residents and the other 60% never hear from us? How do we know that? Or they get the mail bridge, right? We're posting on the website. So again, are we targeting the demographic that is connected and wants to be connected, or are we targeting the entire resident population? I guess I'd really like to see some data to better understand that. I mean, the analytics data that's available in all the sources right now, and to the point I asked Denise last week, you could track people's IP addresses down pretty specifically now. You'll know how often that same IP address will hit a website. You know, the comment earlier, our website has hit a doubling of the hits. Is it the same people? Is it new people? Where are they coming from? We don't know that. And that to me is troubling. So, you know, Melanie mentioned something earlier that said polling ability with one of them. Sorry, the next door one. Next door. Thank you.
Next door.
I mean, this same board sat here, I don't know, 6 months ago and said, hey, how about this new polling tool? It's a great idea. We haven't used it once. For what? For what purpose? Right? So what are we going to poll the crowd? What are we going to ask them? And again, we're only asking that 40%, 50%, whatever percentage that we don't know of the population, whether they care about an issue. We're still not addressing everything else. So my question is, what's our communication protocol? And what gets posted where, for what purpose, and how do we try to ensure that we actually get the message delivered to all the residents, not just the same X percent that are all loving Facebook and LinkedIn and every one of them, right? So that to me is a real challenge in my mind. You know, we can add more stuff. I think there's some benefit to some of it. I just don't know what our target is, what our goals are, beside wouldn't it be nice to have more people hit the EDC website? Yeah, it would, but if they're not going to produce any results for us, what's the point, you know? Or what's I don't know. Enough said about the goal, the purpose, and the communication protocol. I mean, again, 3 of us just said we're not on it, right? and my wife's not on it. And to Melanie's point, or maybe Chuck's point, the younger kids are getting on it. My kids are getting off Facebook because grandma's on Facebook. They don't want to be there anymore. You know, they're onto Snapchat. So reaching a younger demographic sounds right. Do we have any data or evidence or proof that we'll actually achieve that? That's one of the questions I have. I just don't know. I don't have enough data to base. I don't know what it is we're going to be transmitting on the various social medias. I don't know what that content looks like. I don't know who we're targeting to hit. I don't know what our metric is to measure success. Plan, you know, PDCA, right? Plan, do, check, act. What's our check? Just because we've got more people on a Facebook page, is it the same people over and over again? Is it people in, I don't know, you know, a different country that loves to hear what Long Grove's doing? You know, our sister city over in Germany, it's not a sister city officially, but you know, the plaque of Long Grove is up in their wall in Germany, right?
Yeah.
So who are we hitting? That's my real true question on the whole thing. The other white elephant in the room is the contractual procedure used here. If this was a 1-year extension because we don't have a village manager and we have COVID and we have lockdown, and oh, by the way, we forgot to renew Melanie's contract. Okay, I get it. 1-year extension's good, but we're looking at a new contract here. So to me, I think we need to go through a bid process, or at least an evaluation process with other alternatives that may or may not exist. I think it's our diligence to do that. So I mean, if it was a 1-year extension, you know, I think we could justify that as an whatever, we messed up, we've got to fix it, we got to keep it going. But we're talking about a 2 to 3 year contract that we really need to get some other sources in to make sure we're competitively bid.
Hey, Chris, thank you. I would ask Melanie or Bobby or whomever can address your first question, you know, about metrics and
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yep.
So Chris, you talked about goal, and for a municipality, as far as the others we work with, in addition to Long Grove, I would say that your goal should be to reach as many residents as possible. That's your goal. There are taxpayers. I know they don't, you know, in Long Grove pay property taxes, but they pay sales taxes, and these are your residents. The recipient of services that are provided by the village. So the way to do that. Yes, Facebook is an interesting animal, right? Like anyone, like someone from Australia could go on your Facebook page, right? The Village of Long Grove Facebook page, and subscribe to it and make comments about how well you're doing and how poor you're doing. Nextdoor is different, which is one of the reasons I suggested it, is because those are only your residents, right? The people you need to reach. We talked about Nextdoor, and there's other benefits to that, right? Economic development initiatives. There was a lot of talk about bringing breakfast to Long Grove, all of the things that help businesses. So that's, you know, and that conversation happened while we were on this call. But what I think the village should think about, whether it's my firm, who has been working with the village for over 3.5 years, or another firm, if you choose to do that, is the message is about getting as many people involved in what's going on in Long Grove as possible. So to me, that's the goal, whoever you work with. The interesting thing about my company is that now we're 3.5 years in and we have learned Long Grove. And it's become, you know, I came here as a kid. I grew up in Deerfield, so Long Grove wasn't far away. So I spent a lot of time here at festivals, and my mother's born and raised in Ireland. So we would go to the Irish shop because she got all of her imported Irish goods there. So I know Long Grove well, and I've grown to love it even more since we've been working with this village.
Sure.
You
don't need to respond to me. I get that. Trust me, I understand it. I just still think that our responsibility to the residents is to make sure we're seeking competitive bids from both qualified and qualified sources, right? Whatever the heck
Sure, absolutely.
Says,
I
right?
won't get in the way of that. Whatever you would like. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we need to do that. But I mean, the basic question is like, how many people are actually, not getting information from us? We don't know. And
well,
that's on us, right?
I know how many people you are reaching, and other e-newsletter, other than the Bridge newsletter that is delivered to residences, you are reaching 750 people twice a month, roughly. And you have 8,000 residents. And before David left, I had said over and over, we should look at social media. And he, for whatever reason, a lot of reasons that I heard, like he didn't want to go there. And actually, Ann Bobby brought this up.
I heard. You don't need to repeat that, Melanie. I get it.
But anyway, so we're not reaching a lot of people. We're not 750 people every other week out of 8,000 residents. So that's the metric. I didn't make it up. I'm just telling you.
I get that, but people also choose. Well, okay. I understand your answer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Rita, can we get a few thoughts from you, or?
Sure. I think there is a value to social media. I have concerns, several concerns, not so much with Facebook. The people who are Facebookers, and yes, it's a way to meet a demographic maybe we're not reaching with the newsletter. When a resident says, where do I go to get information about the village? Where do they go? If we have LinkedIn and we have Facebook and we have Nextdoor and we have a website that we spend a lot of money on, and we have emails that we send out, what do they pay attention to, and what is our focus? I think we need, long story short, I would prefer that the residents know I can go to X. And if I go to X, I can get the information that I need, whatever X may be. I believe that social media should remain social media. The Lake County Sheriff is on Nextdoor, and they chime in maybe 5 or 6 times a year, where something that is important as far as they're concerned is broadcast to whoever's on Nextdoor. I think I have asked at least twice, maybe 3 times, that we get other bids for not only social media, but for the newsletter, because I believe that it's important that the same person does each of those. And I mean, that just makes sense to me. There's a synergy there. That's a no-brainer. Several of the candidate profiles that I've listened to have had people who say, I do this for our village. This is my job. I started it. I run this. This is blah, 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 blah. So I know that there are platforms, because I use them, where I can go to one place and I can send out a message and it automatically goes to Facebook, LinkedIn, and Snapchat, period, done, boom. It doesn't, it's not a huge time suck for inputting things. So I'm a little concerned about the dollars we're talking about racking up here on a monthly basis for all these different whatevers. I'm not real confident. Confidence is not the right word. I think I have concerns about who responds when people respond on these, on Nextdoor or Facebook, whatever.
Yeah.
And what's the speed of that response? So if a staff member gets the inquiry and they think, okay, I think this would be an appropriate response, who is the check valve? And how long does that take? Because a lot of this stuff, if you don't chime in when it's happening, you might as well forget about it.
Yeah. Can I answer that before you go on? Because it's a great question. Do you mind if I jump in?
No, please go ahead, Melanie.
Okay, great. So, so it's not just a post and run away, right? Part of what we do is managing those pages, which is monitoring them. As managers of the pages, we get notifications when there are comments, questions, concerns, whatever it may be. Working with the Village of Long Grove for this amount of time, there are things that we are competent in knowing, but if there are things that we need to check with the village on, like, how would you like us to answer this? You know, something straightforward, like, for instance, when recycling happens through waste management on that first Monday of the month, we can answer that. Like, it's not a hittable thing, right? But there's other things that, like, how would you like us to answer this? So we would go through, and I know Bill is interim village manager and Bill Jacob, who we have a great relationship. Like, those are the two people right now that if something big happened policy wise, we would go to and with alongside Bobby. For things that we know about, because we have a historical knowledge of the village, we would answer things. It's the Friday of the month, you know, put it out the 4 p.m. the night before and it'll get picked up. So we monitor that. So it is part of the value. It's not just a post and run away. It is a post and monitor the pages. Are we monitoring 24 hours a day? No, we're not. Like, that would cost a lot of money, but we do monitor the page. If something comes in at 3 a.m., we're not watching, and neither are you. But
no,
when
I'm not suggesting a post.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. That's not what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but just so you know, it's a comprehensive service. It's publishing. It's also monitoring. Just to make that clear. It's not just, you know.
I get it. I understand that. I understand that part of it.
Okay.
While I think that social media is a good idea, I have these concerns. I've asked that we put this out to see who else and what else is out there. 3 times I've asked, and I don't think anybody has done anything to contact anybody else. So maybe I'm the only one. Again, we have potential candidates that talk about how they do it. That would be, you know, I would therefore be interested in maybe extending the contract and maybe giving this Facebook and Nextdoor a try. With this contract, I have no idea of how many posts would be posted. And I really can't figure out how much each post costs because there are photography fees, there are graphic art fees, and I'm not sure how that fits in. I don't think it's spelled out. I do really want to not confuse residents with where do I go to get information about village government. Social media should be supplemental to that.
Yes.
And I don't get that message. You know, what I'm hearing is, well, you know, wow, now we should add a 3rd one. We haven't even tried a 1st one.
Yeah.
But and overall, I don't like the fact that that we don't have other options.
Yeah. Well, two things.
Can I just make a comment here because it's getting really late. It's 10:15. So
yeah, sure.
So when we started talking about social media a while ago, right, we were trying to get some pricing to see what it would be so we could make a decision maybe to pilot it. And where my head's at on this, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong, but number one is it's working right now with the newsletter, right? And we don't need to turn another screw. Gosh darn, we're turning so many screws. So we want to keep that in place. The logical thing to test out social media would be to have Melanie's team do it. We don't have to stick with it either. The way if I understand the way the proposal's set up is we're giving the opportunity to try it. If it doesn't work, we can turn one of them off, turn them all off. But we'll see if it works for us, right? Meantime, she's out of contract with the newsletter. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we just extend it for a year like that's been suggested. And that gives everyone time to think more about it. But in the meantime, then we can get the social media going. I mean, what do you think about that? And we move forward here and just see how it works.
I think I think that with a new manager coming in, for me, just speak for myself, I would be comfortable with 6 months. If you say a year, it's not going to get revisited for a year. I really, really would like to have had more options. And how many times do I have to ask? And maybe I'm the only one, then I'll be quiet, but we're not reaching everybody. No matter what we use, we're not reaching everybody. And I think Chris made a very good point.
Rita, you could take, you're forgetting that our newsletter goes 6 times a year to people's homes. Whether they read it, I don't think we can compel them to read it. If we can, I don't know how we would do that. And so there's a certain segment of our population that no matter what you tell them officially, it goes right over their head. You know who I'm thinking of. And so no matter.
I don't, Bobby. Who are you thinking of? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, it's one of my neighbors. Never mind.
Okay, it's a specific case. I get that, but we're putting it in
but you cannot guarantee 100% readership on anything.
Right, I just said that.
And I suggested LinkedIn now only because of the EDC. I kind of remembered now that it was on their agenda today of social media. And I assume that although I was not at their meeting, that they want to be part of this. And that seems like it's the most reasonable place for them to be. I could be wrong.
And I think that's a very good thought. A question, and it's only a question, does the fee for that come out of their 5,000 budget, or does that not come out of the budget? And it's just a question. It's not a big deal.
I hadn't thought of it.
It's not a big deal to me.
It's $1,800 a year.
I do think it could be very valuable for EDC. And maybe we don't do Nextdoor. Maybe we do Facebook, and maybe we do LinkedIn. For me, it's a bigger picture right now that I'm having trouble with. I think social media is a good idea, period, end of story. I don't like that. I just feel that frequently we put things off, we kick them down the road. And I just think.
I feel your pain.
It's like,
yes.
Well, let's make a decision tonight. Let's go
do
for
it right.
Let's make a decision tonight if you can.
One of the things I will just mention is that I've looked at a lot of different villages newsletters, and it would behoove you to do so, and you will see a marked difference in ours. Ours are not boring.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that I would like to be able to look a resident in the eye who says to me, how come you people never bid this out? No matter what they're talking about.
Well, if we can pay for that $4 million bridge.
I think it's good business, period.
But so let me ask
I
this.
just think
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's good business to bid, Rita. And I also think out of all the things I want to lay on a new village manager's plate, I don't think communications is broken. Like out of all the changes I would make, that would not be in my top 5. I agree with you in principle. I just think in practical terms right now, I would not, this is not broken to me. It's we're trying to augment in social media.
I'm not saying it's broken. I'm simply saying I have concerns. I have concerns, period. That's all I'm saying. I'm not dropping anything on a new manager. I'm simply saying I've already said it.
No. So can I just,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was
No,
just
go
going to say, let's make a compromise. Let's do 1 year. That gives the new manager a year in, get their feet under them. We can go out for bid in a year. But I think 6 months is, that village manager is going to be into their neck dealing with new things. So let's just cut that in half. Let's maybe not go out 3 years or 2 years. Let's just do 1 and revisit it in a year. That's my proposal.
Well, so I'm just gonna pop in here just because I made a proposal. I'm happy to go 1 year, but just so you know, like the way I write our contracts, and it's my company, I own it, is if you want to get out in 30 days, I need a 30-day notice. And by the way, I will give you a 30-day notice if I want out. So I'm not like tying anyone into like an amazing,
I thought it said 15
No.
days.
No, I give everyone a 30-day notice. If anything
No.
was changed,
Melanie, don't misinterpret our our relationship. I think the point is the transparency to our constituents.
Sure,
right?
I'm all about it.
I mean, that's
I'm
the
all
point,
about
right?
it.
It's not about a relationship. It's not about the quality. It's not about the engagement in my mind at all.
Yeah.
It just we've got a do the math, $36,000 contract here, and we didn't bid it.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Right.
just so you know, we work with all the municipalities and nobody is in our space at the moment. Maybe someone will hear this and wants to. We just started working with Glencoe because the one organization that did it just fell out of it. So I don't mind if you, of course, it's not my place to mind or not mind, but if you want to price it out, we're just in a momentum here to help to continue the communications, especially with all the transition with the organization, with a new village manager and all that. But I will say that with a 1 year, like if we're gonna just do 1 year, then we need to just stay with what I proposed for 2 years. And then beyond that, like the contract that we had proposed would not be in place. Like it would be a 1 year, we can do that, but we would need to rewrite the terms.
I
Yeah.
would like to point out.
Can I make a motion to kind of separate this now? I am in favor of the proposal that's on the table. And I would make a motion as such, which is the 2 year plus the 3% on the 3rd year.
Okay, so that was, and then what social medias as a part of that?
The Facebook and the Nextdoor.
Facebook and Nextdoor. Okay. So you're making a motion to renew the contract for 2 years, plus also do the a la carte services for the Facebook and Nextdoor.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone want to second it?
I'll second that.
I will.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Nora.
And
Amy, are you
also
still
to
there?
point out that in communications, continuity is huge. So while I agree with Rita and Chris, bidding it out may ultimately put us a step backwards. Continuity is really, really important here. And Melanie pointed it out. She's growing with Long Grove over the last 3 years. She knows us. I think that's huge. So kind of keep that in mind as well.
Okay, so we have a live motion. It was moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Trustee Nora. Amy, are you still there?
Before you all vote on it, I just want to, before you all vote on it, this is Vic. I just want to say that there's probably a need to tweak the language slightly in the contract to reflect what Melanie just said, that there is a 15-day out for either party.
30 days.
30 days. That's
I'm
part
sorry.
of the contract. If that was changed, it wasn't me. I give everyone 30 days.
The
me
contract
and
says
and my
15.
client.
Well, that's why I say it says
That was a
15
rewrite
days.
by an attorney then, not
It
me.
says 15, no.
No,
And that
it
was a
says-
rewrite, not me. I give
Well, that
everyone 30
wasn't, that
days.
wasn't our rewrite.
Well, we
No,
thought
it's in the
30
form.
days at the meeting.
Well, guess what? Then I will give you 30 days as I would give myself.
Okay, well, and
These
that's what
30
I was gonna
days.
say. It would be subject to that revision, that either party can terminate upon 30 days written notice.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
That
Yes.
was the work of an attorney when my, when my, not necessarily you, but that was how my contract began. And then it's 30 days. I would absolutely right.
Okay, I would add that amendment.
Okay,
Yep.
as amended. Amy, are you still there?
I am. Trustee Borowski.
I'm here. No.
Okay. Now, Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
I'm a nay, and I would like to be sure, Melanie, I hope you don't feel like this is personal.
I don't. I don't. I understand
know.
where you're coming from. Absolutely. So it's fine.
And Trustee Michaud.
I'm gonna make Bill work for his money tonight. And I'm gonna say no.
That's okay. I'm gonna pass this tonight. I approve it. Yes.
And Melanie,
not gonna-
I do want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to reiterate. We're very happy with you. I do like the, I do feel we should go out to bid. So, but you're doing great work.
I just don't think we should turn any screws right now. We got so much on our plate.
Absolutely.
I agree.
And Melanie's and team's doing a good job. And let's see how the social
And I'm
media
not
works.
training somebody else.
Ah,
Trust me, the training is hard.
is that over your dead body?
That's a Mike.
Sorry. that
The
was
last
bad.
thing I think the new manager needs to worry about is the communication.
Well, congratulations, everyone, and thank you for the debate here. It was appreciated. So
And thank you, Melanie.
Thanks,
you very
Melanie.
much.
See you in the
Appreciate it.
morning.
Thanks. I
all
got a
right,
boy to get
we got to
to
get
bed.
moving. And I don't even know if we're going to be able to get to Sharon Klump. I don't even know if she's going to
Right.
be still up.
I thought
So-
we had a different meeting set.
No, we just had a brief moment to go into executive session. We do need to do that to make sure we're set up for
Oh, okay.
Thursday. But if not, we have an executive session on Thursday. So
Did
We
we
have-
agree on that? Did it do?
yeah, everyone aligned. Everyone said they were good. So according to Sherry.
I was waiting for a confirmation.
I thought Sherry sent a note out today, didn't she? Or-
It just came out today.
Yeah,
Yeah, it came out
we
today.
did late in the day that it's on.
Okay, I'll check.
Thursday.
Pardon?
Thursday.
Yeah,
That's-
Thursday at 7
yeah.
o'clock. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
All right. Well, let's see. Village Manager Hogue, are you or Planner Hogue, are you still here?
Yeah, he shows there.
Jim, are you? Can I
He's
wake you up?
watching the basketball game.
I'm here. I'm unmute myself.
All right. We have report of the Architectural Commission. What do we need to know
Very
about?
briefly, there was a signage request. It's a replacement sign. It's essentially a 1-for-1 sign. It's in Sunset Grove. It's for Coldwell Banker. With really no discussion, the Architectural Commission recommended approval of that by a vote of 7 aye and no nay. The other item was Philip Estates that we just discussed. There are certain items that are required by our ordinance for the Architectural Commission to consider, those being the preliminary plan and plat, landscaping and tree preservation plan, and signage. They really had no comments on the plan or plat. All in all, they were very positive in regard to the proposed development. Tree preservation was something they were very focused on, and that would make sense because they're looking at the aesthetics of the whole thing. Try to preserve trees to the maximum really is the essence of their comments on that. And then signage, which is really their forte. Conceptually, they were in favor of the sign, but they wanted to see more detail come back to them at final approval time. Again, the AC was very supportive of the request and the comments that I have outlined. Those have also been forwarded to the applicant as of Monday, I believe.
Any questions? All right, if not, can we move on to the report of the village engineer?
Yeah, I just want to highlight one thing in the interest of time. I can go into anything else if there's questions on it, but I did want to speak a little bit about Route 22. President Jacob, Rita, Bill Balling, Jim Hogue, and myself met with IDOT last week, as noted in item 13 of my report. And basically, IDOT gave us a schedule of the project, which they said they've still got at least 2 more years of work before that project would be ready to go. And then more importantly, they asked for village input on the retaining wall finish and the landscape plans. The retaining wall finish, the state is proposing a lot of retaining walls on this project. They are proposing them to limit environmental impacts by the project and basically changing the alignment of the road to do that. So at last week's meeting, IDOT says, hey, recognizing that a stark concrete retaining wall isn't something very appealing to look at. Long Grove, what would you like? They gave us basically 2 options, which one was a kind of a standard form liner, and the other one would be just kind of vertical lines on the retaining wall, just to give it some definition.
Rustica was what they called it.
Rustica, yes, it was. Village President Jacob threw out there that it would be nice to match the retaining walls with the wall that was put in by the county in front of the visitor center. And the state was going to get us some information on the cost of that, so that way the board could discuss and make a decision on that. To date, we have not gotten the cost information from the state. So I'm going to keep pressure on the state to get that. And the reason I'm going to continue to do that is the state basically said that they need input from the village to move forward with the finalization of their design. So more information on that is going to come. Obviously, the cost is going to be a very key component of that. The other, yeah.
Yes. Will we see, notwithstanding Bill's suggestion, will we see other options?
So the IDOT would entertain any idea. It is yet to be seen how much of that cost would be thrown back to the village, though, as a upgrade.
You mean that's that wall in the downtown is standard? That's the standard?
No, we paid more for that.
Well, God, please give me an alternative then.
Well, you won't like what the base product is at all.
Oh, I'm not, well, I wasn't really thinking about cost. I was thinking about how it looks.
You wouldn't like what they showed us.
Well, and so does
it remind you of a prison?
Yeah.
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
it just reminds you of a regular highway, right? It's not very architecturally pleasing. But Jeff, I think what they were supposed to get us some information, right? They made it sound like they were waiting on us, right?
Right.
Yet we
right.
still haven't received information. So I think where we're at with this is they've got to get us the plans that they showed us. They've got to give us pictures of what the walls will look like. And then we can come back to the board and present this, right? And try to figure out what our options are, because they're looking for like what kind of what material do we want for the walls, right? And but you can't even make any of those decisions until you see the plans. I mean, I sent a note to Jeff over the weekend because one of the things we learned is there's a retaining wall that's going to be 8 foot tall. And I can't get it out of my mind. I kept thinking, you know, I was trying to sleep one night. I'm like, where is it going to be 8 feet tall, a retaining wall, right?
It's
So
because it's,
Well, and 8 feet of that wall.
yeah.
It's
Oh, what,
pretty,
what would that
pretty
look like,
scary.
right? Yeah.
that doesn't
yeah.
include the fencing on top of it. Remember?
Yeah, and then a fence on top of it too. So yeah, what is that? So you know, and I was asking Jeff, you know, can they explain a little bit more about that too? So until we see the plans, I don't know if we can have an intelligent conversation. But the good news is we're talking now, right? So, and it seems like some of these decisions need to be made to make this thing shovel ready. There's also a land acquisition thing that's not complete that needs to be wrapped up as well. So, Jeff, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I was just trying to move us along.
No, that's absolutely on point, Bill. And that's kind of where I was getting on this, that I wanted to just kind of throw it out there that that's kind of the tenor of the conversation and what the state was asking the village for. But tonight's not the night to have a discussion. We just don't have enough information. Similar, the landscape enhancement plans. After the meeting on Thursday, this morning, Jim Hogue, myself, the village forester, and the design consultant met on the comments that IDAT had for the landscape enhancement plans. And we're all looking at those in the same vein that, you know, there's some species to swap out from here and there. Also, a lot of focus this morning, discussion about making sure site triangles and sight lines aren't impacted. And then also the work from the project, putting it into our request that the state, you know, root prune the trees that are otherwise outside of the right of way, because some of those trees will still get impacted by the work. But to respond to the comments and update the plans, similar to what President Jacob just mentioned, we need the plans from the state. They have revised those plans from what we had seen 2 years ago. So we need their plans so that way we can use those as a basis moving forward. At last week's meeting, we wanted to get back to IDAT with some answers by mid-April. I know that's aggressive, but we want to move fast so that IDOT in turn completes their design and, you know, gets this thing under bid and eventually construction. So just wanted to kind of put a little skin on item 13 of my report. If there's any other questions, I'm just going to throw it out for that at this point in the interest of time. Happy to answer any questions.
My only concern is that Indian Creek isn't on your list.
It is, yeah, I had not put that on there. Andy Forrester, who's the highway commissioner, and myself, we talked about the project last week. And he thinks that he can do that project even with the threat of rain without making a big mess out of everything. So he doesn't have that scheduled yet. So I'm going to.
So you know what's causing it, and
there's a buildup of sediment on the west side of that, so the water just doesn't drain down the hill to that culvert.
Okay.
Did you want to mention the Route 8322?
Yes. Item, let's see here. And doesn't matter, I can't find it.
Well, they
right
said
now.
there was Senator McConkey has $5 million earmarked for that intersection. Is that where you're getting to?
No, the sewage spill.
Yeah.
Oh, the sewage spill. Okay.
Yeah, item 17 on my report. A couple years ago, we had that big sewage overflow spill at 83 and 22, and the county had advised the village that they were going to make improvements at that intersection to give themselves some safeguards to deal with that and shut it down earlier if it happens again. So the county has plans complete and is out for bid right now to do just that. So they'll get plans, or they'll get bids mid-April. We don't have a construction schedule yet, but I will continue to get information from them, but they're fulfilling their promise here probably about 18 months ago that they were going to do this work. So that's good news.
All right, I have just want to thank Jeff for helping our HOA out with a pond that we had that had the exit pipe that was clogged up. So very big help. I know that you arranged for Eula Township to bring the pumps in, but it was close to flooding out some of the homes. So the HOA is going to pay back the village. But thanks for your help there, Jeff. It was really appreciated.
You're welcome.
It's kind of an emergency. The other thing is Jeff sent me a memo. I want to make sure I just comment on it, but I had asked him how long the Stemple parking lot would last with the repairs we're talking about doing. And I just want to make sure I share this with you. 20 years. The 5-inch that we're doing based on the core samples you took, it's a the $400,000, whatever the amount is a 20-year life. So, and Jeff put that in writing. So
that's good news.
So our charging station will be pretty old by then.
There you go. So
obsolete. Obsolete.
We'll have to make sure it gets retrofitted for version 2.0.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
I'll get right on that.
Any other questions for Jeff?
I did send a request to Elon and I have not heard back yet. You have to fill out a form for them to talk to you about charging stations.
Oh, do I need to do it, or who needs to do it?
I'm still waiting for the Turbo King to get back to me.
Okay. But who needs to sign something?
I had to send in a form.
Oh, you sent the form in. Okay. Got it.
To get a response to my question of what is involved in obtaining a municipal charging station from Tesla.
Oh, geez.
I had to send in a form, so I'm waiting for Elon.
Hey, we're quickly running out of time. I know we got a few things. I don't think we're going to be able to get Sharon on the line. She's telling me she's turning into a pumpkin at 10:45. I think I've already turned into a vegetable.
Maybe she'll just talk real fast.
Well, there's a couple things we need to get done if we can move along, but I do want us to go into executive sessions because I do need to talk about one thing in there. But we have, let me just do really quickly. Adam Fost is volunteered for the Conservancy Commission. Sharon Del Campo resigned for health reasons. And Kelly Smith interviewed Adam and thought he'd be an ideal fit for the Scenic Quarter and Conservancy Commission. Does anyone want to discuss that, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, moved by Trustee O'Reilly.
Second.
Who's the second? I didn't hear it.
Me.
Rita, seconded by Trustee O'Connor. Amy, are you still there?
Can I just announce real quick, because I keep forgetting, Don Tyre and Jan Healy agreed to join Pathway Committees. We don't
Awesome.
we don't have to have a motion on that.
Congratulations. Excellent.
Thanks.
Okay, I just looked at his resume and he doesn't seem to have a background in any sort of environmental. Why is he an ideal candidate?
Well,
do we know that?
Yeah, because he's
standing and breathing.
Kelly said that, you know what, it was the things he talked about, buckthorn and some of the invasive plants and some of his philosophy.
He can identify them.
Yeah, he can identify them. And so he's like, you know, we can train people, right? You just need people that want to do it. So, and he seems to have the aptitude for it. So.
Yeah, he just didn't have anything on his resume that showed any sort of aptitude or interest in that, you know, he was finance or whatever. So I just was curious, but I'm fine moving. Sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, we have a live one.
Misha.
Aye.
Trustee Misha. Thank you. Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kutzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. I do need to bring something up, and Rita may be familiar with this, but I was made aware this week when a reporter called me that Adam Dedich, Representative Adam Dedich and Chris Boss are anchoring a bill to create a Route 53 land acquisition task force. Were you aware of that, Rita?
Yes,
It's just
it's a good thing.
it's a good thing. So I got called by a reporter. I have a copy of the bill. I looked at it, and we would be we would be stakeholders in it, along with Hawthorne Woods, Grays Lake, and Mundelein. We can appoint somebody to be there, and so forth. So I will get this out to you. I just want to make sure you're aware of it,
Yeah.
because it apparently has some legs, and it's a residual of all the work that from the consulting that we hired and so forth, and the work that you're still doing, Rita, right? And the work group
Yeah.
that you're in. Okay.
Yep, yep, yeah.
So I just
We
want to make,
were-
yeah.
We were in need of support for that, so I didn't know that that's who stepped up, but that would be a good thing.
No, and they did this last week. So there's actually a bill out there it was last week, right? So it was all new information. And so I got a call from a reporter today about it, actually yesterday, and I went to look it up, and sure enough, it's all there. So
Yeah, we have
So
a meeting,
what
we have a
involvement-
meeting Monday. I'm sorry,
What involvement would we have?
there's going to be a task force to talk about the use of the land. What do we, what's our vision of it, right? And the land's going to, the state owns part of it, they don't own others, and what are the uses for it? And this group to collaborate to figure out what to do with the right of way that's or the former right of way of the 53.
So we'd be a stakeholder interviewee, so to speak, or a stakeholder participant in said group or both?
Stakeholder participant in the work group to figure out what to do. Yes. A key stakeholder. We're number one on the, yeah.
Because one of our big complaints has always been that there was never even a Lake County person in the runner era. It was.
Got it. I'm just trying to clarify, okay, and that means at some point we'll come up with a person or a persons.
Yeah, it names the village president, so, or my appointee, so we can agree who that is. So.
Gotcha. Just clarifying.
Yep. And so I'll get it to you. I mean, this is not passed yet, but it's just hot off the press. So,
Super.
Yeah, so it's good news. And then let's go around the other reports here really quick. That's the end of my report. I just want to make sure I did that. Let's see. Yeah, do we have time do we want to skip the Lake County Sheriff, or is there anything you want to do there?
No, let's move on.
Okay, Jenny, what about the EDC from this morning?
Nothing major. We're just kind of moving on, talking about the website and continuing to work on the drone videos of the TIFs and the how'd you do it. So it's just kind of keep plugging along on what we're working on.
All right, thank you. We'll get a better update the next time. We don't have any board meeting minutes, am I right? Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We don't have a treasurer's report, is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, public comment? Anyone have any public comment? I'll pause there. All right. Somebody want to make a motion to go into executive session for personnel and disposition of matters and disposition of property?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, so who moved it? It was moved by
I think Rita,
I did it.
Rita, and then who else? Who seconded it?
Jenny.
Jenny, okay. Amy, can you take a roll call?
Yep. Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee Kutzmeyer.
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Yes.
Trustee Nora.
Yes.
Trustee O'Connor.
Yes.
And Trustee Michelle.
Yes. Do I have to hang up and then call back in? How does it work from phone?
No, I should be able to
Nope.
pop you into executive
on.
session. So let me open up the room.
Okay.
I'm asking,
Good night, everybody.
Jeff can go, but Vic,
Good
I do
night.
need you.
Night, Jeff. Thank
Vic,
you.
I do need you for something,
Welcome.
so
Okay.
if you can stay. And so I'm gonna go create the breakout room, so. I think I can, hold on a second, I can create it. Everyone's dropped off. I think we're good, so. Okay, Vic, can you repeat that? Because I am so brain dead. Motion to,
He's
Reconvene.
a motion to continue the meeting, right? Vic?
Sorry about that. Amy, I'll send you the language, but it'll be a motion to recess the meeting until 7 p.m. on Thursday, March 25th, 2021, for purposes of reconvening the meeting for executive session.
Perfect.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee
Okay,
Michaud,
moved.
seconded by who?
Trustee Michaud,
me.
Trustee O'Reilly, roll call, please.
trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Okay, trustee Borowski,
Yes.
trustee Kritzmeyer.
Yes.
Oh, please hurry, it's 12:40 here. Trustee O'Reilly,
Yes.
trustee Nora,
Yes.
trustee O'Connor,
Yes.
and trustee Michaud.
Yes.
All right, meeting
Good
adjourned. Good
morning,
night, everyone.
everyone.
Thank
See you
you.
Thursday.
Good night,
Thank you.
Good
everyone.
night.
Just you and me.